Good numbing. Hello YouTube. I hope you're all doing well. We're back with more Natland story with Genshin 5.1. Sorry for no stream yesterday. To be blunt, I was just extremely tired. I think the free, even though they weren't the longest on, at least on Tuesday, the free Silent Hill streams into Genshin just kind of took the life out of me a little bit, and I didn't realize how tired I was until I woke up yesterday and was shattered. Last couple of days, hit my leg a bit. Oh, fair enough, dude. Hope you're doing well other than that, though. But that's basically, I was just super tired yesterday, so I eventually ended up just kind of skipping. To try and, be better about it, at least for now, obviously it depends what mood I'm in, because I do want to get back to Silent Hill 2, and I also want to get back to Aisha. At least for now, my plan, is to, not stream on Sunday, so I can actually just kind of crash out that day and just rest. But I digress. Today, I mean, we've got this little event that started up here, but I'm not too fussed about that. We've got Chapter 5, Act 4, The Rainbow Destined to Burn. Last time we met, we did Act 3. This is the second of the two main story chapters included with this update. And so I'm curious to see where this will leave us, especially because it's going to... However the story ends here, we're going to be left with it for 3 blinking months. Because it's not continuing in the next patch, it's continuing 2 patches from now. And it's 6 weeks per patch, so it's going to be 12 fucking weeks before we see where this story goes after this chapter. Which is brutal. But, you know, it is what it is. At least to try and break it up, the next update's expanding the map and adding the next 2 tribes, which means you'll also be adding the next 2 animal mount transformation things. Oh, how the oh, okay, I was like, I have to go outside and around. Should just walk there to begin with. That's the thing, that I've yet to adjust to the stadium in terms of, navigating it. I think the last time I had this much trouble, just kind of getting a feel of where I was, when I was, anytime I was in it, was Sumeru. And that's just because Sumeru has the entire, under the tree bit as well, and it all kind of curves around and it goes vertical. You can cut through the middle. It's got layers to it. And it was before, you know, they added the ability to bring up layers on the map, so it's hard to kind of notice. Because Mondstadt is pathetically easy to understand. Leeway, all the stuff that matters is in this chunk. All this is just for story, usually. Inazuma, it's a straight line. The whole city is a straight line. Well, it's a curvy line, but it's still a line. There's only one path through it. Sumeru kind of branches out. Fontaine is a giant circle on a circle on a circle, but once you understand it, it's really not that bad. This, it's all because of the inside layers and these going underground slightly that it just throws me off. I haven't got a feel for it yet. Anyway, let's go talk to Muika to pronounce her name better than I'd been pronouncing it.
Muika!
Traveler, Paimon Sitlali. Perfect timing. I've located the captain.
Uh-oh. But I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've been having a good day. Like I said, sorry again for no stream yesterday. I was just very EP. It's just one of them.
Oh, really? That's great! We also just took a peek at Auroran's memories and discovered something huge! Oh, all with his granny's permission, of course. Or no, actually it was...
calm down, Paimon. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, and we explain everything that just happened.
So the captain was searching for the source mechanism to reconstruct the ley lines.
Oh, also through leaks, we kind of have an idea of how 5.2's creatures are going to act and how the representative of those regions are going to be. We're getting a creature that can double jump, and by extension, Auroran is from that tribe, so his skill is a double jump. Literally, I've seen the footage where he literally just kind of springs up a second time, and oh, that's kind of cool. But the other one, I always forget her name. Is it Chashka? Chishka? The redhead archer girl that we spent time with last time, who's got like the elven ears and has like the science sister. She can fly because her tribe can fly. Her tribe her tribe animal is a big bird, and I was just like, oh hell yeah, actual flight is coming to Genshin, not gliding, flight. But she can actually fly.
If his plan is already in motion,
Which
that means he
slightly
knows
makes the
exactly
double
how to
jump
accomplish
redundant, but
his
I
goal.
also understand
We
the
have to
double jump
stop him.
will be a better, like, in-the-moment tool, whilst the flight you use when you actually want to travel. Like, one you could probably use and get a lot out of in, like, combat and stuff, I mean. But that still leaves one more tribe and one more, like, ability, which I'm curious about.
Is reconstructing the ley lines a bad thing?
Yes. It's not a simple fix. It would mean sacrificing nearly everything contained within the current ley lines. Very similar to the price of using a gnosis.
Ooh. If Capitano's going for the approach of if it will save the world, then then the sacrifices are worth it. Whereas Moika is like, no, we need to try and find another way to avoid having to sacrifice anyone. We need to keep looking and only use that as a last resort.
If he activates the mechanism, it's all over. We need to mobilize our forces as soon as possible.
But what forces do we have?
Kanich, Shilonen, you two, and myself. All other warriors are working to push back the Abyss on the front lines.
But that's barely any people! Not to mention you lost your power, and they've got
The thing is that it's worth mentioning, because Moika brought it up last time. It's not that she won't do it, like what Capitano wants, it's just she will make it the absolute very last resort, whilst Capitano thinks we're already at that point and should be doing it. That's the difference there. With like Moika's like, no, I'm not going to just sacrifice to people now, as only if we absolutely can't do anything else will she resort to it. But she does want to try and keep the interest of the history and people first if she can help it. Whilst Capitano is saying it's too late for that, do it. Maybe there's enough time.
That won't help us with the captain, I'm afraid. In any case, the Masters of the Nightwind are in urgent need of manpower. Lali, I was hoping you could head back and help defend the tribe.
All right.
But also, yeah, the Masters of the Nightwind, I think they're the ones that can double jump, so Lali will probably have a double jump-esque mechanic as well. Isn't it? She had that Natlan's doorstep and getting stronger, exactly.
Don't worry about your grandson. We'll figure something out for sure.
I'll leave him to you all then.
All right, back to the matter at hand. I don't believe defeating the captain needs to be our ultimate goal. Let me grab Shilonen and Kanich, then I'll tell you my idea.
Sorry, that's right. I fucking love these transitions, Genshin.
As
You do
you
it
all
all the
know,
time, and it
Aurora
never
is
doesn't
working
look
with the
jank.
captain, but
Like,
we
come
need
on,
to
you're like a
stop the
billion-dollar
plan.
company. You can make the camera pans into an object in the background to transition to the next scene look a little bit more genuine one of these times. I swear to God. Doing a better option this time, please.
The captain is a formidable opponent, but that shouldn't deter us. In any case, a head-on confrontation isn't the best way to solve the issue. Their plan hinges entirely on a single element, the source mechanism. If we leverage our forces, we can destroy it, and then success is ours. We'll head out together. In the event that a confrontation becomes inevitable, I'll stall the captain while you advance.
Oh yeah, right, not all the voicings in this because of the strike, right? No, you're our leader, and you've lost your power. You shouldn't be the one to face the captain.
I agree with Kanich. The two of us can handle it.
Listen to my plan first. Kanich, I want you and Ahau to launch an assault from the front and break through the Fatui defenses.
This really makes me pessimistic. It's FPS war games. I mean, yeah, war games in general always worsen your mood after a while.
The captain won't be on the front lines. As a seasoned warrior, he'll be stationed in close proximity to the device to ensure its protection.
So you want us to lure him to the front?
No. The purpose of the frontal assault is to gather the Fatui forces in one place. That way, it's easier for the rest of us to avoid them. Shilonen, I need you to do what your tribe does best, and dig a tunnel from the outskirts of the ruin. Once we get close to the device, we just need to destroy it.
So Shilonen is not launching the main assault.
Exactly. The Traveler and I will join her as well. No one can create a distraction better than you, Kenichi, not even myself. By combining our strengths, we just might manage to break through the captain's defenses.
Leave it to me.
Understood. Then we should head out now. Just promise us you won't do anything reckless. You cannot face the captain straight on unless you have no other choice.
To deal with the composite dubbing. I mean, I get it. Like, I've mentioned before that I was umming and erring, but for me, I can't adjust. I'm too used to the voices. Suddenly having, doing fights and not hearing the gruff, deep Arlecchino that I've gotten used to, with her slight growls on some of her voice lines, and now it's suddenly in JP, I'm just like, no, I'm too used to it sounding one way. I can't suddenly put new voices on these characters' faces like that. I get it's annoying, but I stick with it because I understand it's for the right reasons. The strike's going on to stop AI replacing the voice actors. It's very necessary.
You mean everything to us. Losing you would be the worst possible outcome.
Also, there's a lot of shippers that really have a thing for Shilolen and Moeka, and like Shilolen, you're not helping them. You mean everything to us. I'll also try my best not let things get to that point.
Thank you, everyone. You have my word.
Let's do so.
I'll proceed with caution.
Anyway, Act 4, Rainbow Destined to Burn. Peace. And the thing is, it works out for me live streaming as well, because if it was all in JP, I would be reading over it anyway, to make sure people that are more listening in the background, because I know people do that, still hear what's going on. It's part of the reason why I always read out the lines if they're not voiced in English. It's so people who are only kind of like sitting in the background can still follow along. So I have several reasons for why I do it. And if it was all in JP, then I'd just be doing more reading, and my throat would get more tired because these are very chatty. Genshin's a very chatty game.
Any of the nearby mountains could be a good infiltration point, but if we want to stay under the radar, we should approach from the side.
But yeah, that's why that's why I do voices for every character in Atelier, because I know there's going to be people that only really listen to it in the background, because to be honest, any live stream ever is technically sort of podcast material in terms of you can just have it on in the background whilst you do other things, regardless of who you watch and listen to. It's very easy for you to just kind of put it on the background because it's just people chatting and playing a game at the end of the day. You can just put that on in the background. But those people who do have you on in the background whilst you do X, Y, and Z, if you're not reading the dialogue and it's not in English, when they do finally zone back in, they won't have a clue what's going on. Miss Fitzgerald and Noir. That was the first voice of Noir. I like her performance. I prefer the modern one, but I do like her the original Noir performance. And I always appreciate that Fitzgerald always takes it to heart, because I think it still says it to this day on her Twitter account. On her bio, it says the OG Noir. She still has that front and center, despite the fact she's done bigger roles. It's in the same way as Deneen Melody has done bigger roles, but she still credits Rottie as one of her her most prominent roles from Dirk 2. But I love all the dub actors in NEP. I genuinely do. It's very, very rare for me to get a dub cast that I'm not really on board with compared to JP. And it actually be because of the voice quality. Because, to give a good example, I'm not the biggest fan of the dub in the Yakuza Like a Dragon games, but that's not because the dub is bad at all. No, the dubs are actually extremely consistent and pretty damn good. It's just that I've had too many years of only being used to it being in Japanese voices that it feels awkward to me and feels weird to listen to, and I can't adjust. And I always bring up is that Neptune's English VA and JP VA are friends IRL, and they discussed how to approach the character between the two of them all the time, which is actually why their performances are slightly different, because one's targeting to be more sassy and the other's targeting to be more cute, while still keeping a bit of the opposite. Like, the cute one still keeps a bit of the sass still keeps a bit of the cute. Like, they actually discuss how to handle the character between them and deliberately make it slightly different to give you the option, like, as a player. Because the English voice leans slightly more on the sass over the cute, whilst the JP leans slightly more on the cute over the sass.
There are only a few Fatui stationed around the perimeter. We should take care of them first so they can't alert anyone.
I'll say that voice wasn't voice. As agreed, Ahar and I will handle things at the front. But it's something that they've been doing since, I want to say Mark II. I said they were aware of each other, or even, like, before the first game. Like, I think they'd worked together in a few things before, but it wasn't like they were constantly talking to each other. It was just, you know, like, business acquaintances. But they became a lot closer friends, like, around Mark II, I want to say. And have been on talking terms and, like, kind of back and forth with the character ever since.
No escape!
You're not going anywhere!
Alright, that's done. Let's head to the foot of the mountain.
What do you think, Shilonen? Is this a good spot?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, looks good. We'll take it from here.
Keep it as quiet as possible. Try to be from the Children of Echoes. Make quick work of digging a tunnel.
I can see the inside!
Perfect. We'll keep going. The rest of you should head back. Things are about to get dangerous.
All right. Please, take care.
You always go back to that, but I can't stress enough, it's not Deadpool-y, and it's never been Deadpool-y. Her making the odd winks and breaking the fourth wall does not make her Deadpool-y. Deadpool has no respect for the fourth wall and actively dances around it. Nep just makes jokes.
The Fatui wouldn't concentrate all their forces in one place. There's sure to be guards on the inside.
I say that, he does it is toned back a lot in Deadpool and Wolverine. In fact, they even kind of make a joke almost like in self-awareness back at themselves. Where there's like an alternate version of Deadpool that makes like a really in-your-face fourth wall joke, and our Deadpool goes, I don't sound like that, do I? Like, he kind of says, I'm not that bad, am I? Like, he actually makes a jab at himself for it.
Illusion shattered. Overruled.
But as I said before, as someone who doesn't watch Marvel stuff, I genuinely enjoyed that film. Deadpool and Wolverine was a really good time. Even as someone who really doesn't care for that stuff, it was just a solid film. A solid, funny film.
That must be the Fatui tunnel over there. We should steer clear and approach from the side.
Anyway, let's sneak in and see if we can figure out what's going on with the Fatui. As I play as a fucking Fatui Harbinger. Let's actually play as the spy, because it makes more sense versus doing a sneaking mission. It very much depends on the fourth wall breaks. Because it also, like, a lot of people feel like fourth wall breaks can only be done in comedy, when, no, fourth wall breaks first really as far as I'm aware, the first fourth wall breaks I really came to notice growing up wasn't in comedy, it was in horror. Because it would use the fact it's breaking the fourth wall to make out that the monsters are coming for fucking you next. Or whatever, you know? Or like Final Destination implied like everything that happens to the characters could happen to you one day. Fate will always find a way to get you. And it's like, that was cool, that was scary. It feels like I'm playing Far Cry, by the way. Like hanging out in the background, sneaking on, spying on the enemies, getting my bar an hour ready.
There is no
Let's just get in.
Quietly now.
God, I bully these enemies into the ground so severely. That was so annoying. Well, yeah, that's unfortunately the only trouble though, because ultimately every wrestler is just an actor. And sometimes the actor, the character is enjoyable, but it doesn't mean the real human being is the best person around.
This spell is from the Masters of the Nightwind. It's Auroron's doing. They're probably trying to buy time.
And going back to the story of this, with the whole like Moika side versus like the captain side of how to handle things, it's interesting because we've got a character with Auroran who's directly made a decision against Moika, who's directly decided, no, the captain has the better situation and better understanding and better plan of the two here.
Try to restore them.
These mechanisms probably control that wheel, right?
Like, it's actually nice to see a little bit of disagreement and challenge. And the thing is, we partially know why. Oh, I've got to actually stop this thing. Oh, okay, hang on. We partly know why. Like, a lot of the, others, so as I'm kind of part paying attention to this. Gotcha. They have trust in Moika. They have very long built up over time trust, so they're prepared to see her plan through anyway. Because they trust that she will make the best case scenario for all of them. Whilst Auroran doesn't really know her like that in the same way, because it's been very, like, cemented that he's a lot more introverted and has very much kept to himself. And as we learned the other day, with some of his mannerisms, he very much handles himself in particular ways that probably also resulted in him not being around people all the time. No, that's not it. Oh, is that not it either? Oh, come on, how is that... Actually, let me try and solve that piece in between. I was like, that might be why it's not clicking in, because we've got to do the piece in between. Oh, from artist from the art. The thing is, like, I always agree with that yeah, you absolutely should always separate the artist from the art, because just because, you know, there's this evil, nasty villain doesn't mean the person who voiced or played them is them. The problem is that, like, too many people use that as an excuse to allow terrible people to still have a place in the industry when they probably shouldn't. It's like, oh, but they're really good at, like, their voice performance. Yeah, but they're a diabolical human being that you're enabling inadvertently by ignoring that. You know? And too many people are falling into that loophole of doing that, and it really upsets me. It's like, so you're just giving a free pass after a while. Oh, to be fair, I've known that mind, like, as far as I can think. But I don't know, that's just different eras being a decade younger. As long as you understand that it may be your right to say when someone asks, but it isn't your right to say if they don't. As long as you understand that difference. If you just assume it's your right to always tell people, I guarantee you, you're always going to be the dickhead that no one wants to listen to. And that no one will listen to, because you're just a person saying, I think, when no one asked. That's the only thing that ever matters in that situation. As long as you know that difference, basically when it's necessary and when it isn't, basically. If no one asks, it doesn't matter how much they need it, they're not going to listen, so don't. It's why, like, one of my favorite shutdowns when people start rambling is just to go, who asked? Because they immediately just go, like, you know, you can call them out on it. Oh, fuck, there he is. There's the captain. And roaring. And actually, And to be fair, it's a good thing that you, like, I know I'm sounding like I'm patronizing you, but it's a good thing that you did be able to figure that out. That you did manage to figure it out, because some people just get very fucking stubborn about it.
This must be it.
There they are.
Oh, the captain's here too. Perfect. Looks like they focused their defenses over there.
Oh, they're here.
Huh. I thought the Pyro Archon would choose a frontal assault.
It doesn't matter. They're too late anyway.
Stop!
It's too late.
We need to turn it off!
There's still time.
I won't let you do this!
Uh-oh. Oh, this might be the wire.
Lament?
What was that sound? It was like a piercing cry.
I like how that affected everyone. And even the captain could hear it, but he's the only one that didn't react. Like, everyone else, like, grabbing their heads, like, it just shook them around. And the captain, like a fucking statue, just stood there.
Now's our chance to turn off the device.
So close. We need to approach from the side and lure the captain away. You need to, to lure this, like, 6'10" juggernaut away. Because, yeah, if you have, I mentioned it back in 5.0, but if you put the captain's, like, actual character model next to any character, he's taller, including next to the tallest characters in the game. He is, a whole head-sized bigger than Rivesley and Nervalet. Like, he is by far the tallest character in the game. Like, it's genuinely insane how much of a lanky motherfucker he is. And keep in mind, like, Rivesley and, like, Nervalet are, like, 6 foot something, and he's a whole head size bigger than them. Like, he's nearly, like, he's probably, like, 6'8", or somewhere around there. Like, 6'8" to 6'10", somewhere between that range. Like, Capitano's a tall son of a bitch. Which is also partly why I want him to be playable, because I just want to kind of tower everyone. So we need to lure the captain away. We need to lure this Goliath away. You know, Auroran's going through it.
Auroran? How did he just... His movements have gotten a lot faster. Was Auroran always this good in battle?
Zealand!
This ends now.
Huh?
Oh, was it the captain that saved her?
Something's wrong.
Yeah, I think the captain's realised something's not right with Auroran. So the captain helped Sheila. Why? Well, she fucking hates him. Look at that face. Sheila is like, you son of a bitch. What are you up to? Yeah, he's losing control of his power, and the captain's identified that.
You are not Auroran. Who are you?
Oh.
What?
Commander.
You. So, you still recognize me, Commander? I'm glad. Although, I believe you have some more pressing concerns at the moment.
Now.
We did it!
You see? You indulge your sense of honor for just a moment, and now you've lost your chance. Even now, you're still the same as ever.
His voice is completely different. Is someone inhabiting Auroron's body?
We was like, how would I fucking know?
Stop worrying about other people's survival, about their losses and sacrifices.
Is this
You
Dottore?
just need
It might
to
be.
win.
It sounds like him.
That must be why I've returned. For
Or
this
not, because
moment.
why I've returned? No, he can't be.
Please finish what you set out to do, Commander.
I didn't expect to see you here, but I have to disagree. Abandoning one's comrades is not the way of a warrior.
Alright, Captain, you fucking honorable son of a bitch.
Why do you care about a doomed man? I know you can see it. He's already close to death. After all, his soul has been incomplete from the start.
Oh, someone said I'm close to death. Is it because of that noise just now? The piercing cry came from underground when I activated the device. What's down there? Natlan's ley lines must be hiding some kind of secret. Am I dying? Oh, no. It's too soon.
Ah, Auroron, it's you. What'll it be today? Oh, why the long face? Don't tell me you still haven't let that go. I knew it was a bad idea to tell you.
I heard everyone wanted me to be the savior.
Savior? Ha! Sounds nice, doesn't it? But, does such a person truly exist? Even if they do, why would you have to become that person?
Auroron, is that you? Oh, here, have a seat. Let Granny cut you some fruit. We just
Holy shit, a granny in Natlan that actually looks granny aged? What the fuck? It's not just Seat Lali again?
Can I get you anything else? Some grilled meatloaf, maybe? Ask for anything you want. We've got plenty of ingredients.
What about those spiced rub mushrooms you made me last time, Granny Kurumi?
Ah, you liked those, did you? An outlander taught me that recipe, actually. A merchant, to be exact. Never thought about going into business yourself, my boy. You could travel all over.
Our Auroron? A merchant? He's far too honest for that line of work.
Well, at least an honest merchant like him wouldn't prey on old-timers like us.
Everyone said a true savior does not really exist, but then why did my birth open the door to the possibility? Why give people false hope? Maybe I don't need to sacrifice myself, but surely everyone is born for a purpose. So, what's mine? If I had succeeded back then, would the world have become a better place? What's the meaning of my existence?
Done spacing out, Auroron? Did you finish your homework?
I told you, teacher-student relationship. Did you finish your homework? No, Mom. I mean teach. I mean Granny. And see Lani just whacks him.
Yes, Granny. It's just... Will learning all this really make me as strong as you?
Exactly.
Of course not. I'm a special case. Other shamans study their whole lives without reaching a fraction of my abilities.
Because you're a genius, right?
You could say that. Or maybe I've just been alive longer than the rest of them, and picked up a few tricks that they didn't want to touch.
Oh, I have been told, I haven't actually heard it myself yet, but the scene in the last chapter of Seat Lali, apparently the JP voice goes extra into the whole being drunk act. Like, she's super, like, all over the place in like deliberately with the delivery, and I'm like, I kind of want to hear that. I haven't looked up to it, but I kind of want to hear that a little bit because that sounds like it'd be funny.
It's rude to bring up a woman's age. Never do that again, no matter the circumstances.
I wasn't the one who brought it up.
Anyway, class is canceled tomorrow. Go have fun.
What about my homework then?
Do what you want. What use is it being as strong as me anyway? You've seen how the tribe treats me. They're all afraid. I try to go about my business, and they practically tremble in fear. Not the most fun way to go about living one's life, I'd say. Take it from me. The happiest people are the ones who do their own thing. So do what you want, Auroron. No matter what anyone else has to say.
Granny didn't say it outright, but I think she was trying to comfort me. Don't force yourself. Don't beat yourself up over the past. That's what she always says.
Yeah.
But I never forced myself. I never even got the chance to try before it was all over.
Hey, you zoning out over here again? There's such a thing as overwatering the radishes, you know.
I was just looking at the aphids.
Something interesting about them today?
I noticed some on the ground. Maybe it got too cold yesterday and they couldn't handle it.
Bummer. Guess that means less honey this year.
Aoife, do you think being a vet is fun?
Fun? I'm not sure about that. Do you think planting vegetables is fun?
Fun enough, I guess. I don't have anything else to do.
Exactly. Most people live like that. No special purpose or calling. That's just how the world works. Oh, jeez. That troublemaker's at it again. Auroron, my man, come inside and give me a hand, would you?
Why should I? I thought being a vet was no fun.
Well, I guess there is a fun part. Trying to outsmart these rascals. Come on, give me a hand.
Maybe Aoife was just too nice to tell me the truth. That attempting something...
Everyone's like, come on, Auroron, live life the best. Do what you want to do. Meanwhile, Auroron's like, maybe he didn't tell me the truth. Maybe he didn't want to be mean to me. But he actually wanted to. Like, alright, dude. Fucking stop assuming everyone's got, like, dark reasonings for talking to you.
My soul is unstable. I only survived because I had people to help keep me in one piece. A part of me has always been missing. That's why the other spirits said I was close to death, but...
Why struggle? It's a miracle you were even born. Just close your eyes and wait for death.
It was you, the thing that came out of nowhere.
Thing? I'm a warrior.
Oh, well, there's your answer.
Than a weakling like you.
Who the, like, possessor was, it isn't the Torre. Gufrid.
I'm not weak. There's just a limit to what I can do.
I'm gonna be real, I don't actually know who Gufrid is, so we'll figure it out as we go.
Fantasy is so ridiculous. You really think a useless thing like you can save the world?
Useless?
Savior? Ha! Sounds nice, doesn't it? But, does such a person truly exist? Even if they do, why would you have to become that person?
Exactly. Most people live like that. No special purpose or calling. That's just how the world works.
Take it from me. The happiest people are the ones who do their own thing. So do what you want, Auroron. No matter what anyone else has to say.
But I don't want things to end here.
Auroron? It's all right. We'll take things from here.
Every time they marched into battle, I had to stay behind.
Don't worry. With the Archon on our side, the Abyss doesn't stand a chance.
All the best warriors are fighting on the front lines. I want to do my part too.
Both of us are bound to disappear. But your end will come sooner than mine, because you've been broken from the start.
Is Gufrid, or Guthrid, or how you pronounce his name, and like another sacrifice from the past? And because Auroron wasn't sacrificed when he was planned to, Gufrid's kind of just been like haunting him Because that's kind of the impression I'm getting.
Once your soul shatters into pieces and dissipates into the wind, I will take temporary control over this body. I will serve my commander until the end.
No. No, this isn't right. My life can't end like this. I still haven't done anything important with my life.
Me for the past 25 years. I haven't done anything important with my life.
My end will not come first, and I'm not giving up. I can't die here, no!
I know I didn't stream it, so some people might not realize what I'm going on about. This reminds me a hell of a lot of what Fei Xiao just went through in Star Rail. There's a point where Fei Xiao gets possessed by Hule, like this big, like, near immortal deity of the abyss, and it goes into, like, her inner mind palace, and it's a similar thing where Hule spends the whole thing trying to convince Fei to basically to give up and submit because the gods won't answer her because they've yet to ever answer her, despite her powers and despite her desperation. And then ultimately she decides against anyway. She says despite the gods never answering her, she will continue to fight for herself on the hope that one day they might. And then turns her axe towards Hule. So it kind of reminds me of that, just Auroron isn't turning a giant axe towards a demonic spirit version of himself. Auroron's also like a teenager, and like Fei Xiao is like implied to be a lot older. Like
that voice.
Control your mind. Feel the ground beneath your feet. This is not your end.
Fucking, hey, can you tell this isn't a normal, like, proper cutscene? I know the captain's just standing there, like, you know what, my opportunity passed, let's just try and figure out what's going on with Auroran.
His eyes are open! He's alive!
Well done. You managed to do the impossible.
Uh-huh. What do you mean?
Don't try to talk. Focus on holding yourself together.
I can't believe the captain did that.
Maybe he thinks of Auroran as a comrade. He was helping to rein him in all this time.
The only reason I had a chance to turn off the device.
I'm fine now.
Damage to the soul is a tricky thing.
Oh, also, I don't think we're in the dungeon anymore, considering there's a sealer behind us. Or a sealee, because sealer is the character.
No easy feat.
The worst appears to be over.
I'm sorry for causing so much trouble.
We can talk about that later.
Our plan. It failed, didn't it?
Stuff.
I'm sorry. We were so close.
You saved my life, and now the debt is repaid.
Auroran, I never thought you actually wanted to sacrifice yourself in that ceremony. But you never gave up. Have you come to a conclusion on what it is that you truly want?
I just want an answer. A reason why I exist and why everyone always did so much for me. No one is born a hero. And no one should be treated like one from birth. I had a chance to do something important back then, but I failed. All I want is to find some more ways to make up for that.
The answer you seek now lies before you.
You are the inheritor of my name. The hero.
Oh, he's the next chosen hero. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Shall fight for this generation.
But actually, no, hang on a minute. If he's the next chosen hero, Auroran, you kind of stand out for the one reason of you're the only 4-star chosen hero. Mualani, Kanish, Shilolen, and then Auroran.
Fascinating. You're not the person that the others thought you were. And yet, you're also not the kind of person that you thought you were. It can take
and the archer girl I always forget the name of.
Discover who we really are. Like you.
Who's also very likely going to be a 5-star. In fact, I think it's already confirmed.
A hero. I was too cunning, too self-absorbed.
Which means we're still one master down.
I sacrificed my life for this nation. Now, remember your name. Even if others will see a different meaning,
Jesus.
It still symbolizes your nobility.
Studio Beta 4-star.
My ancient name. BD.
Devotion.
It means devotion.
Okay, I can read, but thanks.
You are all, not for the sake of a heroic death, but to do justice by the answer you found for your life. For that answer, you will offer all of your strength and be born anew. Through your devotion, you will prove your worth, having foretold his own death. The omniscient man holds a feast in celebration. Let us raise our cups in honor of his heroism and send him off with this final tribute. For at last, his wish is now fulfilled.
It's nice to see you again, Sunhudge. With your recognition, we now have the 5th hero of this era.
Damn. So yeah, we're still missing one. We got Mualani, we got Kanish, we got Shilolen, we got the archer girl I always forget the name of, we got Aurora, and we're still missing one. Before whatever kicks off in the abyss truly kicks off.
I am happy to see your plan advance one step further. It seems that my cry did not cause irreversible damage.
What is that voice?
Although the captain is just like, look at the behind Auroran, look at the size difference between Moika and the captain. I told you the captain's the tallest person in this game. Like, come on, look at the difference. Moika's supposed to be the tall model female. Tall being the key word. It won't be. They've made that very clear that that's an impossibility because you have to be a Natlan native. And unless they're about to try and convince us that Aethys actually mean are somehow a Natlan native. Which, no. That's not how they're going to go with it.
Just as I thought.
I think it'll be funnier.
The Lord of the Night has
maybe
awakened.
me here. Yeah, I think it'll be funnier if it's like a Harbinger. But then I don't think the captain is a Natlan native. I'm not actually sure. I think it might be Sneznayan. I don't know what Harbingers are Natlan natives. Other than maybe Columbina. And even then we don't know that for certain because she's part angel.
Lord of the Night? As in the one who rules over the Night Kingdom?
According to Captain Mountain instead, yeah, right?
I preside over a realm of souls. Due to my limited power, sleep is the only way I can extend my existence.
Is that Yohei Tekushin? That's a Yohei Tekushin. Kutin. Fucking, that's a name. Lord of the Night.
When you activated the device, I awoke and could not hold back my cry. It is a sound that agitates souls. Most of you are unaffected because your souls are intact. But with a damaged soul, the effect on your friend was heightened, and his soul almost shattered as a result. And yet, his soul remains in one piece. He managed to overcome this obstacle through sheer strength of will. A truly impressive feat for a human.
So, was that what caused all his strange behavior earlier?
No. An additional soul was affected. It tried to take refuge in the missing part of your friend's soul, but was ultimately expelled. However, This soul does not hail from that land, or the Night Kingdom.
Well, this soul certainly seems to know the captain.
A mystery to me.
Activating the source mechanism was supposed to reconstruct the ley lines. Why did it awaken you instead?
As it reminds me of Quetzalcoatl, maybe.
Because I was the one who originally constructed Natlan's ley lines, otherwise known as the Night Kingdom.
The ancient battle between the Descender and the dragons destroyed the corner of the world, allowing the Abyss to invade. Natlan's ley lines took the worst of the damage. To aid the people of Natlan, the Lord of the Night used the fragments of the old ley lines to reconstruct a similar network. That's how the Night Kingdom was born. The first Pyro Archon, Xbalanque, strengthened that realm and established the rules that aid our fight against the Abyss. The Ode of Resurrection and the Pilgrimage, both of which are practices that survive to this day.
I'm still curious if we'll actually meet Xbalanque, the original Pyro Archon at any point, or like we'll get to know more about them. Because there's Xbalanque was actually one of the first names surrounding Natlan that we even got to hear about, that we even got to like be aware of, and that was a while ago. And so a lot of people thought that we'd actually meet that person, but we're still yet to. Also, this is a great fucking pose. Sorry, carrying on.
Oh, right. You said before it all came from the power of the heavens.
The ancient dragons tried to use this device to strengthen the ley lines by imbuing them with power. Back then, this method was rather ineffective. They lacked the skills to navigate the intricate structure of the ley lines. And now, the structure of the ley lines has also completely changed. I am the only possible vehicle for the power generated by the device. It was an incredibly crude and painful method, but I managed to absorb some of that power. Now, I can speak to you like this and provide you with aid, such as rebuilding the ley lines once more, at the cost of my own existence.
But why would you make that kind of sacrifice?
The people of Natlan worship me and call me their lord. In the ancient past, before we died out, we were also known by a different name: angels. But adventurers like you are probably more familiar with our devolved form. Sealies.
And there's a confirmation. That's been very, very long theorized that these Sealies are what's left of angels. So that's actually kind of cool that they actually confirm that. Because that's been theorized for a while. That's actually really cool that they confirmed that. This kind of feels kind of gratifying because we've been like, I'm sure they must be some kind of connection to angels or Celestia, but no, they are literally parts of angels. I mean, I'm going to pretend I know exactly what you're talking about in chat. I don't. I'm just kind of writing out that in terms of the lore references to stuff outside of it. I only know it on like a very surface level. I'm more looking into what the Genshin lore.
No wonder there are Sealies around here. A Sealie also helped us in the Night Kingdom.
Few angels remain in Natlan, so the same is true of Sealies. Everyone rallied around me and offered their power to humanity to reconstruct the ley lines. Now, I have witnessed your determined pursuit for survival.
Does this mean that Columbina is technically like part Sealie?
I am very pleased. Moika,
by extension of her being part angel.
Xbalanque's will, and leader of Natlan. Despite all the obstacles and misunderstandings, I have awoken, and the efforts of this harbinger and the young hero have imbued me with power. Say the word, and I will once again work to fulfill my mandate. Just as I did thousands of years ago. You need only nod your head. For the sake of your people and your nation, for the sake of overcoming the invasion from the Abyss, give me your orders.
I will not. After reconstructing new ley lines, you will cease to exist. The rules of Natlan are founded in the Night Kingdom. If you disappear, so do they. Not to mention, all the memories and legends recorded within the old ley lines will disappear along with you. The people of Natlan will face memory loss, mental disorders, and cognitive issues. Just like the consequences of using the Gnosis, that is a price I refuse to accept.
Humanity's survival is worth any price. Once the Abyss runs rampant, all that remains will be a land of corpses and ruin.
Oh, and now we're seeing the core of the actual argument that all of this story is revolving around. Mawika's perspective versus Capitano's perspective.
And when the new ley lines are invaded again by the Abyss? What then? How are future generations supposed to survive? A land without the Lord of the Night, without the protection of the rules, is doomed from the start.
You presume too much. If you cannot ensure survival in the present, you have no right to think about the future. What will it take for you to realize that? How many hundreds or thousands will have to die?
The situation hasn't gotten that dire yet, has it?
Why are you so pessimistic about the situation?
Why? Because I am a survivor of Conria.
He's fucking Conrian?
Terror of the Abyss with my own eyes.
Ooh, he's Conrian. So he's seen literally the consequences of inaction, considering his whole race was basically wiped off the face of the earth.
Conria?
Which also means he's potentially over 500 years old.
That's right. My family, my comrades, my homeland, we're all lost to the Abyss. It is an unforgettable pain. One that no amount of time could ever dull. Not even 500 years. You've experienced something similar, Mawika. You should know exactly what I mean.
You're right. The pain, the regret, the catastrophe. They all haunt my dreams to this day.
So how many Conrians do we technically know now? Because there's a few. We know Daneslith, we know Kaya. Arlecchino, it's a bit more complicated, but we know that her bloodline has connections to it, even though, like, you know, she's not 500 years old. She's only, like, in her mid-20s. Like, mid to late 20s. And, like, now, like, Capitano. Is there any other Conrians that survived the mass genocide that we don't know about? Because it feels like there's a few.
If I could go back, I would reject all false hope. I would do whatever it took to ensure their survival. You have that chance before you now. Why do you refuse to take it?
Because we don't have the right to make that decision. We love this world because it contains everything we hold dear. Everything that has happened here has moved us, shaped us, and turned us into who we are today. Giving up our memories and history would mean rewriting everything. The people of this world would then become fundamentally different beings, their physical bodies the only connection to their former selves.
Even so, given enough time, a new civilization would inevitably flourish. If you believe in humanity, you should trust in their ability to create a new future.
Or history could repeat itself. The Abyss could invade
So not only
once
know
more,
he's like
and
that,
it would all be for
but he's also
nothing.
like us in his abilities, in that he has no inherent abilities, but can just use all abilities like we can. No, because that's different. It's not that we're Conrian that allows us to access all the elements. It's because we're not of this world that we don't obey the rules of the world. so to speak. He is of this world still, so he still technically follows the rules as a being of it. The only thing is that we just don't know what his usage of those rules are. And we also don't know if he has a vendetta against the Archons as a result of what happened to Khaenri'ah in the same way that, like, Dainsleif does. Or whether it's more just... Because it sounds more like he's angry at his leaders at the time not making the decisions that needed to be made. Or what decisions that he felt needed to be made. Resulting in more lives lost and the total annihilation of his people. Also, once again, the fucking height difference... Okay, remember, Moiko is tall female, like in terms of the model use, and Capitano's like fucking towering over her.
Can I say something?
And they both just look at him. No.
I once carried the hopes of many people, and I was also desperate to save our nation. In the captain's plan, I saw a chance to ensure our survival.
And the reason why I bring up, like, whether he's accepting or not of the Archons is because, Kaya. Because Kaya could easily be just as angry and just as frustrated and just as off-put by the gods because of what happened to his land as Dainsleif is. But he isn't, and he completely embraces his cryovision and continues on it. You know? So, like, there is a contrast. Whilst Dainsleif... We've not seen him use any power other than his own, like, abyssal energy, so to speak. So we don't know if there's any vision on him. If anything, he'd probably treat his vision as a curse. As, like, as an insult. Which is why a lot of people hope that they will introduce an abyssal-esque element whenever the day comes that they decide to make Dainsleif playable. Assuming they ever do. Because I could win a basketball against LeBron with his 0 difficulty. Oh, absolutely. But I'm just saying, it makes me curious where Capitano stands in all of that.
But as I was on the brink of death, my wish for life and purpose was rekindled. I've been very fortunate to be well cared for by all the people in my life. I refuse to forget that. My feelings were so strong, they overrode my compulsion to sacrifice myself for their safety. No matter what path lies before us, we still have a destination. If we lose our way now, we will lose the meaning of our existence.
That's right. Natlan's heroes gave their lives so we could have this chance against the Abyss. Their sacrifices are our blessings. Not only are their deeds and spirits exceptionally meaningful, they may also well be our path to victory. I don't want to give up just yet.
Yeah, we're just one hero short.
The power from the device will allow me to remain awake for some time. I stand at the ready should you change your mind. Even if you fail, you need only send someone my way.
I got the Lord of the Knights, like, look, I'm glad you did all your speech and whatnot, but if you change your mind and want to, like, wipe out all of your nation's history and whatnot to repel the Abyss, just give me a call, buddy, alright?
Humanity is truly remarkable. Even the gods in the heavens hold you to be special. Even now, you stand before me, dazzling like the sun.
You must have a profound connection to this land since you're so determined to save it. But what are you really trying to protect? The land or its people?
Pretty sure he wants to hear what you have to say, Traveler.
What about you?
Fine. I suppose we can wait. Now that Auroran has inherited the memories of his forebear, there's only one hero left. Your plan does have the potential to generate the best outcome. In the meantime, you shall have the aid of all the Fatui under my command.
Thank you. Having such a powerful harbinger on my side is a big advantage.
Some could say really big, as in he Jesus Christ. If I think if I stood next to him, I'd be as high as his fucking hip.
I know we may never completely see eye to eye on what it means to protect life, but for now, I'm willing to fight by your side.
You're gonna fucking fist bump him? Okay, no, they shook on it.
All right, we should let everyone else know about the plan. They're probably still at each other's throats outside.
Good idea. We need to explain the situation.
I have a few more questions for the Lord of the Night.
Oh, guess we'll stick around then.
I'll update everyone outside. Let's meet back up at the
Yeah,
stadium.
I'm like, I said, if I'm being generous, 5'5", if I'm not 5'4", somewhere around then. I haven't checked in a very long time.
You come to me with many questions.
Oh boy.
And you should be rewarded for your bravery. Ask, and you shall have the knowledge you seek.
About the power of the heavens, about the loom of fate, about the elemental energy in the abyss, about my ancient name. About the power of the heavens.
They do not like being mentioned by name by any living being, be it an ordinary human or one of the seven. They prefer to remain in the shadows as shades. The one you wish to know about? I call her the ruler of death. She helped Natlan establish the rules. It was also under her guidance that I created the Night Kingdom. It was an expression of love, as well as an act of reparation. She was seen as having significantly overstepped her authorities as a shade, which quite displeased the almighty heavenly principles.
It pissed off Celestia, got it.
She succumbed to self-pity as a result. And no
She
longer
helped the
cared
people and
if
it
others
pissed off
discussed
Celestia?
her
Yeah, how have I
opinion.
heard this before? Celestia really don't like it when you help the
Her
people
existence
beyond
remains
what they
unknown to
decide for
all
you.
a select few.
I mean, keep in mind, Celestia's entire game plan in Fontaine was, hey, if these people we've decided aren't people to try to be people, we're going to kill them all with flooding. And so they set up a really, really elongated plan to trick them into thinking they had killed them all so they could then go about living about their day-to-day life under the radar of Celestia. But then all of this could not even matter because we learned through Arlecchino's quest that there's a good chance Celestia aren't there to listen. Because no one ever responded. Celestia might not even have any, like, remnants. It might be a floating hollow prison. You know, like, there might be no celestial beings left up there when it eventually, like, crashes down. Because it is crashing down. I don't think it's going to, you know, slowly, casually float down and land and be ready for us. I think it's crashing because there's no one at the wheel. I think Celestia is going to be empty when we get to explore it. What would that mean? In what sense?
Self-pity?
Please don't tell anyone I use that word. I'm just trying to speak plainly to conserve energy. You come to me with many questions. I'm not familiar with that concept. The device is capable of weaving and creating ley lines, you say? Even I cannot create something from nothing. I can only reconstruct the ley lines by reassembling the yet intact components into a new structure.
I mean, all of this, unfortunately, I say unfortunately because it's really like the ultimate knife that makes it hard to completely break down what's actually going on, but it's too important to ignore. We have to go back to 1.1. We have to go back to the Star event, where Scaramouche happened to come to a revelation and then shared it with us before pissing off and it not getting brought up again for the next 4 years. That revelation is that he realized the sky was fake in Tevat. And I think it all ties together. and this is entirely me theorizing here, I think Celestia / the heavens / the original gods before the Archons and whatever died out a long time ago. And everything's just been held in, like, automation as, like, a status quo ever since. And I think that's what it is. The reason why, you know, there's so much upset and so many things being weird and, like, the Abyss so proudly trying to rise against it and destroy what's left for the sake of, like, giving a message to the big FU top to the Celestia, or why the Saritsa is trying to get all the Gnosi to reach Celestia for her own reasons. I think it's because they all kind of know no one is at the throne. For different reasons. And so there's no ultimate supreme godlike being that will stop them from trying to take it. But like I said, I'm entirely theorizing here. Kinda. I mean, we know, like, Teyvat is real. It's just there are things of Teyvat that are seemingly illusionary, conjured up by whatever's left of Celestia, now being kept in autopilot, now they're seemingly gone. There's only two beings that we are aware of that could have ties to Celestia, and even then, one's only a theory. The one we know is the Unknown God. We know the Unknown God has deep connections to Celestia. The other one is our faithful companion Paimon. And like I said, and that one's just a very long-lasting theory that she has ties to Celestia. But then if we believe that to be true, that Celestia is all gone, but we also choose to believe the Lei Jinglong theory that Paimon is an agent of Celestia, effectively spying on us and spying on the world, then who is the one giving her orders? And who is she reporting back to? You know? But then it gets even more complicated when you consider the Unknown God is Kiana. So what happened, or at least we 99% are sure it's Kiana. Orders here. The biggest thing that suggests that she's being instructed is back in 2.7, the Chasm Quest. There was a point in time where we realized we were cut off from anything to do with Teyvat. We were cut off from all connections of Teyvat. We were in basically like a zero realm where we were not attached to anything. And during that time, what did Paimon do for the whole of it? Sleep. She did nothing because she had no connection to the planet, which is what led to the theory that she had no connection to whoever's ordering, or what a connection to whatever's instructing, or whatever. The moment she couldn't connect to anything from Teyvat, and by extension from that couldn't connect to anything from Celestia, was the moment she became docile. But it might be like she's just upholding very, very old orders that are from beings that no longer exist. But even then, that still brings into question why she became so docile when she was disconnected.
If that power were available to the people of Natlan, they might have a new option against the Abyss.
We can rule on the goddess of... We don't. That's what I mean. It's all theory, guesswork. We don't... What we know... Everything we know about Celestia, we don't. We're theorizing off of clues. The biggest mystery is Celestia, and we won't have the answer until it crashes. And that will be a very long time away yet, because we know after Natlan is Snezhnaya, and after Snezhnaya is Khaenri'ah. So it's either after Khaenri'ah we find out what happens in Celestia, or if the Abyss is after Khaenri'ah, after the Abyss. But considering how much of a background mystery Celestia is, I am more and more leaning on Celestia being the last chapter, and not the Abyss. The Abyss is an imminent threat. The Celestia, we still know absolutely nothing, but it's omnipresent throughout everything. And it's also worth reminding people that the Heavenly Principles is also known by another name that, although similar, is different. It's also known as Heaven's Law. And Heaven's Law, or the heavenly principles, being, you know, the rule of Celestia, the beings of Celestia and what they decide. That's what kind of leads into that theory that they're all gone, but everything's just maintaining the status quo, because it's the law being enforced, so to speak. That's what she was trying to stop herself from saying. Maybe.
You come to me with many questions. Phlogiston is Tevat's primordial form of energy. The heavenly principles used phlogiston as a basis for the creation of elemental energy, to develop a power to better counter the abyss.
I mean, yes and no. The problem is, like I said, ultimately everything I've just said about Celestia, outside of, like, Scaramouche saying the sky is fake, everything else is just me theorizing off of what we already know. Oh, and the Heaven's Law thing.
Have you heard of the concepts of the light realm and the human
You could
realm?
argue a lot of things, it feels like.
That explanation might take too long.
And then Paimon is something else.
Light refracts into 7 different colors, which we collectively refer to as a rainbow. Elemental
But
energy
equally,
is
like,
a
as much as I've
similar
said all of that, and I find it all fascinating, because I've mentioned before, part of the reason why I stick with Genshin is I genuinely find the lore fascinating. I love learning more about how Tevat works and what they're building to with all of its mysteries in between. But ultimately, if we're being real with ourselves in the order of how the story is likely to go, we are still, I kid you not, years away from Celestia. Snezhnaya will probably be August to September time 25. Khaenri'ah 26. Assuming they go Abyss and Celestia, it could be 2028 before we actually get some proper answers about Celestia. I'm sure there will be things and pieces, because obviously we have learnt things. Like, we've learnt that we're not the first person. In fact, we're not even the second. We're like the 4th, like, non-Tevat person to come to this planet. We're like the 4th visitor or some shit. Like, we've already learnt bits and pieces. And I mean, it all ties back, because we know the moon is connected, because they've been using that as an omnipresent, like, seemingly ultimate foreshadowing device that it's going to have heavy ties into the endgame. The Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon has been in the background of literally everything to do with our twin, everything to do with the Abyss's rise, everything to do with mention of Khaenri'ah, and then most recently, it's literally in the background of the fight that, you know, your character mentions directly as like when they're spotting it, when we fight Arlecchino, which is what led to my credence theory that Arlecchino is we're probably going to fight her again, and she'll probably be one of the last bosses. But there's always a moon. And even then, to going beyond it, looking at Hoyoverse's history, what was their first game in this giant universe that they've been making? They're like their first proper games? GGZ? Oh yeah, that's right, Fly Me to the Moon.
You come to me with many questions.
Hoyoverse have always had, like, moonology in their system.
And you shall have
In the Tsukihime verse of the moon. Oh, well, I wasn't going to know that.
Ah, yes. Yes. The artisan from the Children of Echoes has yet to mention the matter to me. Probably because the young girl from the Masters of the Nightwind is absent.
Young girl? Are you talking about Seat Lali? Well, I think she'd beg to differ on the whole young bit, but sure.
I'll reach out in a dream and tell them what needs to be done.
Young girl?
What?
Yeah, it's Paimon like, but she said she's like super ancient.
You come to me with many questions.
I'm glad that you can talk to her then, because we actually did get some pretty helpful answers. I think the coolest revelation we got out of this was that is confirming the age-old theory that these are in fact the remnants of angels. Because that's been a theory for a long time that these are the remnants of angels. And so to actually have that confirmed, like, that feels very validating. The captain being fucking Conrian, though, that was a plot twist. I had it in my mind that he was Sneznayan. Oh, fair enough.
The captain says a group of us need to stay behind to guard the source mechanism. It's extremely important.
Your mask does not cover your mouth. Why is your voice still muffled?
Of course, you're free to come and go as you please.
Oh, can we just go back in? Okay, no. I was going to say, can we just go in? Oh, fair enough. So it's almost like a key term that they use for different meanings depending on like what the story is. Sort of like, oh, what's a good example? I think I get what you mean. It's sort of like how Final Fantasy reinvents what crystals are in like every single fucking game. Like crystals are different of different levels of different importance with different lore implications in every single fucking game. But it is still a key component that crystals exist within Final Fantasy. High concept.
In that case, allow me to formally welcome the Fatui to our cause. We now face a common enemy. It's time to put our differences behind us and look to the future.
Also, I like that like Capitano was prepared to put his pride to one side and say, fine, we'll do your thing. But, like, he's very much... Like, because she's so close to achieving what she wants to do, she only needs one more hero. So Capitano is prepared to be like, alright, we'll see what you do. But if it shows any sign of failure, I can guarantee he's like, alright, fine, we tried your thing, we're going back to mine.
As for Auroron, his actions may have been out of line, but I don't intend to punish him right now. I'd rather give him a chance to prove himself.
A magnanimous decision.
We're back! Whoa. Seeing the two of you chatting like this, Paimon almost feels like she's dreaming.
Also, and I mentioned this back in Fontaine, but it's also very apparent here. Fontaine was extremely colorful in the scenery, in the color, in the characters, sorry, in the world. Like, everything about it was super colorful that it made Arlecchino really fucking stick out because she was so absent of it. And although it's not quite as stark, I like that that's kind of similar here with Capitano, where like surrounding Capitano is nothing but color, and you look at him and it's all dark and dark blue and dark gray and black and shit. Yeah, does anyone want to tell us, hey, Sitlali, your, like, student isn't getting punished? I feel better about our chances.
This may be an unexpected outcome, but a favorable one nonetheless. Now that we're all here...
Also, if this actually holds true, this is the second Harbinger in a row that we've basically worked with. Which makes me more curious about how Sneznaya will go, because there's clearly a divide in what Harbingers trust us and what ones don't. Child sees us more as like a sparring partner and genuinely seems to have some degree of trust with us. I mean, he literally gave us his vision in Fontaine at the start of that story. Lessenura hated our guts, and Scaramouche also fucking wants us dead at any opportunity, even now after his course correction. But Arlecchino sees us as a genuine ally because we helped protect her children. And did what was right for the people, not just turned against her. And now we have here Capitano effectively being a helping hand for us. You know, like it's not quite clear cut. But what's also interesting is that the two that were against us are also two members that technically aren't with the Harbingers because their Senor is dead and Scaramouche's existence within the Harbingers was erased. Yeah, I'm curious where that
we
goes.
Weren't getting any closer to obtaining the Gnosis, so I had my men scour Natland for a different option. Auroron helped as well. We tracked down 3 scholars, Aberawa, Bosomtwe, and Kushtal, and combined the results of their research to locate this ancient device.
I'm also very curious what's going to happen to the Gnosis at the end of this story. Because if the captain walks away from this with the Gnosis, that means Snezhnaya have every single Gnosis and can immediately start enacting their plan to get towards Celestia. But if it stays here... I was into a sensitive level of the US SEALs here. But if it stays here, then that will just lead to them trying again in a different manner later on. But the third option is also very risky. The third option is that we get it. But if we get it, our next destination is Snezhnaya. We're literally walking into enemy territory with the button to the nuke they want. You know? Like...
I've never heard those names before. Seems like my own investigation failed to locate some critical personnel. I'm just not sure how I missed them.
Strange. Perhaps they simply live in seclusion. In any case, their results speak for themselves.
That's true. Now we have another option at our disposal.
Oh yeah, that's Captain's intention. What you mean to make it so that we end up with the Gnosis, because we're going to be walking into Snezhnayan lines to begin with anyway, so we might end up kind of half-handing it to Tsaritsa inadvertently. Because if we go back, the Mondstadt Gnosis was literally violently stolen from Venti by Signora just kicking the shit out of him. Signora also got a hold of the Geognosis from Zhongli by literally having a contracted trade. Like an underhanded trade behind Child's back. Scaramouche took off with the Inazuman Gnosis the Eimiko gave him to trade for our life. But both that and the Sumeru Gnosis was ultimately taken by Dottore to take back to the Harbingers. And Arlecchino was straight up just given the Hydro Gnosis as thanks for what she did to help save the nation. Sounds like his dedication true.
And if all else fails, we still have this plan as a last resort. Even though executing it will come at a heavy cost.
But that means making everyone forget their past. We should definitely try to avoid it if we can. Oh, actually, speaking of the Gnosis, how did you know what it could do?
That story begins with the Cataclysm 500 years ago. I failed to save Conria from the rampage of the Abyss. When the situation became unsalvageable, I fled to Natlan with the remainder of my platoon, only to find that Natlan had fallen victim to the same tragedy. I defended this land for quite some time, and, in the process, met the chief of the Masters of the Nightwind, Aizu. I'm sure many people viewed Conria as the cause of the tragedy, but Aizu was kind to me all the same, and even helped me in my time of need. From that moment, I made it my mission to aid Natlan. In battle, a warrior fights to win. Even though my homeland was lost, I was already committed to this fight. Together, Aizu and I fought many battles and overcame countless hardships. However, he was unable to escape his fate, and, in his final moments, told me the secret of the Gnosis.
So it was him. He recommended using the Gnosis on several occasions, even before the tragedy.
The thing is that when Capitano had to leave Conria and ended up in Natlan, that was during the time Mawika was the Archon the first time around. Because obviously we know she reincarnated. She set up her own reincarnation to try and fix this situation 500 odd years after the original situation. So there's a chance that like these two inadvertently knew of or knew each other, but because it was 500 years ago, maybe don't necessarily remember all the details. We're being an old dead. Yeah.
You knew him, and you fought for Natlan all those years ago.
Oh, hey, they're literally bringing it up.
It must be the mask.
Even without the mask, my past appearance is long gone. Even with the curse of immortality, the flesh still rots.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot all of the top three members are the embodiment of immortality one way or another. Columbina because she's a half angel, Dottore because he infinitely clones himself, and the captain we didn't know. I guess it's just inherent that he's immortal now. Is his thing. But that's interesting. The curse of immortality, the flesh still rots. Is that why he wears the mask and whatnot? Is it literally just like dead flesh underneath it? Is it literally just kind of like muscle and bone underneath? Because that's kind of depressing if it is. It also explains why literally every square inch of his body is covered. Kind of like it's almost like he's in a mech suit in a sense, but not in the same vein.
Wait, do you know someone named Dainsleif?
Well, fucking hell, Paimon.
So extreme for him.
Yeah, Dainsleif we can still see clearly.
You've met him already?
Yeah, a bunch of times. Sounds like you know him too.
During the age of Conria, all I knew was his name.
He's actually immortal? Yeah, probably.
He was traveling with the prince.
Yeah, as in referring to our twin, by the way, of the prince.
He carries a degree of pain and hatred that far surpasses my own.
Back then you said you didn't want to fight me. Was it really because of my sibling?
Yes. You're the sister of the prince. Given the role I held in Conria, I would prefer not to harm you. Although, this is likely a self-imposed burden. If the prince saw me now, I doubt he would even recognize me. As for your question, I don't know how Dane managed to slow the deterioration of his body. My appearance is much changed, and that's not the only thing. Even my physical strength is a shadow of what it once was.
My guy, you're the strongest harbinger. What do you mean your strength is a shadow of what it once was? What was your strength once upon a time? My guy, you're the only harbinger to go toe-to-toe with an Archon and not die. Like, what do you mean it's only a shadow of what it once was? What was this man like at his prime? Was he just, like, punching planets? Like, what the fuck? Was every Chuck Norris meme that ever happened in the early 2000s actually him? What the fuck do you mean?
I would have never known. During our battle, it felt like I was fighting against the pinnacle of human strength.
And I still lost.
You tied. Let's not downplay yourself, Captain.
Still, it's a shame we never faced off 500 years ago. You could have seen what I was truly capable of.
I agree. Had we fought then, I'd also have been more motivated to go all out.
Well, yeah, because you were younger. More eager. You're younger, so more eager for a fight. I get it. Man, I've said it before, I'm pretty certain the weekly boss is not going to be him. Yeah, this story, it just doesn't really make sense to me. I think it's going to be something Abyss-driven. Similar, like, obviously not actually just the whale again, but something similar in the sense of, like, how the whale was Abyss-driven. I think like the actual boss, you know, this like is building up to like a big climactic war of the Abyss, and the main weekly boss is going to be Abyss-esque. But man, if we get an Arlecchino situation where he's the second weekly boss and his own side story is like a sparring match or some shit, I look forward to that fight. I look forward to it so bad, because I think it's going to be sick.
So, all that commotion back at the stadium, and you're saying neither of you were using your full strength?
I'd say we're evenly matched. If we face off again, victory will come down to who wants it more.
I imagine you held back since there were spectators around that could have gotten hurt. But capitalizing on that situation would have only led to a hollow victory. It would have been no different than taking hostages.
Ooh, so that's why the captain didn't go all out either. He didn't want civilian casualties. And the waning, yeah, exactly. This man, he scares me, yeah, right?
My goal was the Gnosis.
I love the captain. I think the captain is fascinating.
I failed to obtain it. That means I lost. Plain and simple.
Speaking of the Gnosis, what are you going to tell the Tsaritsa?
Her Majesty the Tsaritsa allows every harbinger the freedom to pursue the meaning of their existence. When the time comes, that freedom can take precedence over her orders. That's why our methods can be so radically different, despite sharing the same goal and the same sovereign. I needed the Gnosis because I came here to save Natlan. That was my primary motive. Once Natlan is saved, if the Gnosis still remained in my possession, I could bring it back to Snezhnaya.
My decision regarding the Gnosis will not change. So let's focus on the Abyss for now.
Right! What happens when all 6 heroes are together?
The heavens were mentioned earlier. Anything to do with that?
We will unleash a great power that can be used to thwart the Abyss. But only once. It's a power that Xbalanque gained from Renova. Renova is a god whose existence.
But yeah, this guy was like, Captain was tanking like a whole MMO's worth of debuffs and still came out of a tie against the literal goddess. Like that's something really funny about that.
Wait, is that why you have the Ode of Resurrection?
Yes. Renova also orchestrated Natlan's rules. As for the Divine Throne, like I said before, when a human ascends to the Divine Throne, their inner flame will awaken. The size of the flame depends on the person's potential. The same principle applies to the Ruler of Death's power, with one notable distinction. The amount of power inherited will not change depending on your ability to tolerate it. In other words, it's a kind of power that not everyone can withstand. But if you survive the trial, you will gain unprecedented strength, and the ability to harness powers more formidable than any Archon.
That still sounds really risky.
We cannot walk this path without accepting risk. Mualani charged into the Night Kingdom despite the abyssal contamination. Auroron fought back from the brink of death. In the face of their bravery, I must respond in kind. That is my duty.
Spoken like a true leader.
All right, that's enough for one day. You should head back and get some rest. I'm sure you're exhausted. The Abyss will likely sense the change in Auroron. It's possible the frequency of the attacks will increase. There are many challenges to come.
Yeah, if the Abyss catch on that Natlan are extremely close to enacting their plan to repel them, they're going to push.
When you put it that way, Paimon feels even more exhausted.
I'm sure we'll bow musically from the immortality he has.
Alright, so let's head back.
But keep in mind, the captain is trying to play friendly right now. So he's going to say things like that. Like we actually said, he's playing friendly right now because Mawika's plan is so close to enacting, he might as well allow it to pass, and then if it doesn't work, he'll do his thing. So he is going to be more civil. Also, hey, Captain, can I borrow you for a minute? I just one picture, buddy. Hang on, let me... Keep in mind, Arlecchino is 5'11". This is... Come on. This is 5'11 versus 6 foot. This is literally the meme. She's 5'11. Hang on, she's 5'11 and Arlecchino's in heels. This is literally the 5'11 versus 6 foot meme. That's hilarious. Hang on. I want just one picture.
Just what will...
Fucking the height difference is hilarious. Even Lumin stretching up doesn't reach his fucking shoulder. That's hilarious. Me and Dad going on a picnic. Yay! Alright, I got my photo.
Let's go get ourselves...
You know, this makes up for, like... This... Whoops. Where is it? This makes up for real life that I get two dads. I have Arlecchino and I have Captain.
Now that we're working together, we'll need to coordinate our efforts. I'll leave a portion of my forces for you to command.
That will definitely help relieve some pressure. You're sure they won't object?
No, yeah, fucking. If if there's ends up being a ship between Captain and Lumine, it will literally be the hamster trying to swallow the banana whole meme.
It's an order.
And I'm not elaborating any further than that. If you know, you know.
Clear.
Excellent. I appreciate your trust.
She stretched her up. Yeah, the fact that like her, like when she like stretched up, it was only high enough to like not even completely reach his shoulder. He is such a lanky motherfucker. Like, hang on, if I position the camera right, imagine like. Assuming he's playable later, this is kind of how it will look like playing as him. Look at how much of the screen, like how much real estate he takes up on the fucking screen. Alright, let's go. I've done fucking around. Oh, we just walked out.
That hurts.
Oh, okay. This is going to be interesting. Stay still. Your wound needs time to heal. You need to rest for a few more days. Bring out your shortest. Oh, if he's still there after this cutscene, I will do that.
The monsters
I will like whip out. I think Klee's the shortest. It's either Klee or Chi-Chi.
It's definitely unusual.
See, they've reached his knee.
Be careful, but don't worry too much. You have us by your side. If there's one thing the Abyss fears, it's strength. If they think we're easy prey, they've got another thing coming. Oh, someone's calling us.
Coming. Then off they fucking run.
Something wrong, Traveler?
The feeling of dread's getting stronger. Do we really have time to wait for the final hero to appear? I wonder who the final hero is going to be. Alright, let me go back and check and see if they're still in there. I think because we left, like, the cutscene moved on, they're going to be gone. Yeah, they're gone. Ah, well. There'll be future opportunities. Come into town here. Return to the Weary Inn and have a short rest. I was going to say, there are several optional things we can go check first before we go back to the inn. I'm glad that Genshin's starting to embrace optional objectives as well. As long as they don't pull a Star Rail and have like one of the most impactful emotional cutscenes in an optional hideaway go talk to Raiden Maze shit, we'll be fine. Because that was rude. That was fucking mean when Star Rail did that. Hey, is this little thing at the very end of the epilogue of the Penacony arc where it's like, hey, go back to the ship to finish the story, or you can just kind of talk to Acheron for a second if you want. And if you go talk to Acheron, you get like the most potently emotionally powerful fucking scene out of the game, especially if you have history of Honkai Impact 3rd. Like, fuck you guys. That was mean.
Well-made weapons and shields are vital for the survival of our people. I know we're under a lot of pressure, but we can't compromise on quality. Listen, I'm not blaming you. I know this isn't your usual standard of work. Why don't you all just take a break and I'll take care of the pieces.
Ubisoft. Speaking of Ubisoft, apparently they're in like severe financial trouble. We've known for a while, but they're like, we didn't realize how severe. Like, they are looking to sell actively because shit's gonna collapse at the seams very quickly, very soon otherwise. No matter of said stories, yeah.
Nothing I can handle, just some rushed defective goods, that's all. Even the most
I think it's part of the reason why the most like the new AC game has been delayed, because I think they feel that that's their last hurrah. After Skull and Bones was a colossal financial failure, and that was the one that cost them like nearly $1 trillion. I think they are turbo fucked if AC doesn't at least do pretty well. Yeah, they are considering looking for sell. Insider reports, I think it's Tencent are looking to buy them. The only thing that's not being affected by it, and it's because it was kept very much out, even though it's Ubisoft, it's kept very much outside of core Ubisoft, is the Splinter Cell remake. everything surrounding the Splinter Cell remake, according to insiders, seemingly has been entirely ineffective because they've kind of kept that very, very separate from everything else at Ubisoft. I mean, it can be both. If they're going to release it this fiscal year regardless, so it has to be out before the end of March. And so delaying it to February gives the devs more time to work on it while still maintaining it within this fiscal year. If it then gets delayed again to March, then that's when I'd be concerned that the game doesn't have enough time because it needs to be out before the end of the fiscal year. But February is still believable, if that makes sense. Like, February is still like, okay, maybe they'll still be fine. It's like the easy example was when Devil May Cry 5 first came out and Bloody Palace wasn't with it. Devil May Cry 5 launched in March and Bloody Palace was in April. If the game had been delayed, Bloody Palace would have been within it. But because they needed it out within that fiscal year, and the fiscal year ended that month, it had to be out. Hence why they made Bloody Palace a free add-on like a month later, because they was like, you know what? We need to do this so the game can come out within the time span. But like I said, if it gets delayed again to March, that's when I'll be concerned that they just don't have enough time. And they need it to bleed over into the next fiscal year. But I know Ubisoft won't allow that because of the aforementioned, they are in severe financial ruin right now. They need to fucking get a dub. It is paramount that they get a single dub to remain afloat and not sell out.
You must be exhausted too.
Don't worry. I like it that way.
Exhausted? What do you mean, Xenolan? Oh, that's cool, though, where they can list your optionals like that. Oh, I mean, they always do, because that's the month that all the racists want shut down, because they're like, they don't deserve a month. Oh, why isn't it incorporated in normal history? No, they get a month because the other 11 months is White History Month. Let's not kid ourselves. The reason why Black History Month exists is because there's been no acceptance of allowing it to be shared. It always gets buried, even when they pretend to try. But that's a whole nother topic for another time. That I'm not going to pretend I am the best person to talk about as, you know, a white person. Oh, hey, Kanish. Oh, fuck, hang on a minute. Brace yourself. There's going to be, like, no voice acting. Please tell me Ahar's actor is as well. I don't want it to just be Ahar I have to listen to.
Oh, these must be friends of yours. Well, head out then. See you later.
Okay, thank goodness. It was a piece of cake. Those invasive pests are lucky someone called a truce, or we would have burned them all to ashes. I appreciate the concern, Paimon. Despite Ahar's description, the situation wasn't quite so smooth. The captain's forces are all elite warriors. It was a tough fight. We were prepared to retreat at any moment, and now the Pyro and the captain are working together. Not the outcome I was expecting, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot happened while we were in the ruin. We'll tell you about it some other time.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is any amount of history reading would tell you that it's, like, you know, Black history is always incorporated and always relevant and always a part of it. The problem is everyone, including some of those history buffs, will do everything in their power to downplay or pretend it doesn't exist or actively antagonize against it the moment the situation arises. Which is why Black History Month is so important, because it's a way of actually standing out and making sure it's recognized against what the others try to do. Well, at least Pyro Archon's plan advanced a step further. This is the best outcome we could have hoped for. We really appreciate all your help. I'm sure it is. But I haven't looked into any of that stuff, so I'm not that... or not knowledgeable on it. And we keep pushing forward. Seba and I are just about to head out, actually. My tribe is calling for messengers.
We won't keep you then. Let's talk later.
Ha! Little Kniech thinks he can just leave without consulting the almighty Dragon Lord Kuha Ahar. Hey, wait up! The fact that he still has all the little fucking sound effects, but obviously just not the voice acting, is really comedic. Someone put a mute button on Aha. Take a look around the weary inn. Okay, so there's probably going to be someone we can talk to within the inn. I think that's kind of the point. Aha is supposed to be the ultimate epitome of, like, an arrogant motherfucker.
Moron.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Firstly, see, Lali, what are you doing in the pub again? Did you not learn your lesson after last time? It's just jarring to see.
Granny? What's wrong, Granny? It looks like you have something to say.
Auroran, you're tempting fate here. Careful, buddy.
You know exactly what you did. You need some sense knocked into you, that's what I think. Now, where do I even begin?
I'm sorry.
Now that you have nowhere to run, that's when you apologize? You couldn't wait to run off last time, and the time before that.
Pretty sure I apologized those times too.
What exactly were you thinking? Being a wanted criminal is one thing, but then you also tried to pull off that whole thing in the ancient ruin. I'm not the one who needs an apology. Apologize to yourself for risking your life.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's so literal. Oh. She didn't mean outwardly just say, I'm sorry to yourself. She meant fucking reflect on your actions and take more care for yourself. But he took it literally. Oh.
I don't have anything to say for myself, Granny. Yell at me all you want. I know I messed up.
You better be sincere. This is an incredibly serious matter.
I'm being sincere, I promise. I've seriously reflected on my actions. I know what I did was risky, and I know I made some bad choices. But I don't regret it. I just had to do something. Not because I thought I was special, but because I wanted to help Natlan as much as I can. Of course, in the end, I just ended up causing more trouble, so you're right. My apology doesn't mean much. But I don't know what else I can say. You even had Aoife bring me that gem. A simple thank you isn't enough, but still. Thank you, Granny.
You're welcome. Just make sure to thank Aoife sometime.
I wonder if Aoife's just going to be an NPC or whether Aoife's going to be playable later as well. Because I'm still not 100% sure on that one. Because I would have thought if Aoife was just an NPC, we would have seen them by now. But... Or seen him, sorry for now, but we haven't. We've heard him, but we haven't seen him. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like... Why are they hiding him from us?
Anyway, don't feel too grateful. I tampered with the bag to copy a portion of your memories.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Of course you didn't. You forget how many years I have on you. Like you could uncover one of my tricks. Anyway, I have something else to tell you. The Pyro Archon has discussed your case with the others. Many of your actions violated the rules of Natlan, and you should understand you'll have to take responsibility for that.
I understand.
But your efforts weren't entirely meaningless in the end. In addition to giving us another failsafe, you saved yourself with sheer force of will.
Oh, fair enough, dude.
Managed to become a hero. Huh. Not too shabby, grandson.
Did the Traveler in Paimon tell you to say that?
What? No! I said that because I mean it!
I can't believe you're complimenting me at a time like this. You normally let your fist do the talking.
Did she beat you up, Auroran?
You're not off the hook just yet. I told the Traveler I was going to break your legs, and I meant every part of it.
Could you not? I still need them to walk.
Trying to negotiate, are you? Alright, make me an offer.
Given all the good things that I managed to accomplish, can you let me off the hook this one time? I promise to do better in the future.
I was half expecting him to say, look, don't break my legs, like you can break an arm, alright? Like, that's how I was half expecting that conversation to go. Just gonna...
Fine. I can let this slide for now.
Oh,
But
Jesus.
I'll be watching. We'll see if I change my mind.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of fucking Uncle Phil in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This is the I will punish you about it, but I'm not going to punish you now. I need to think on it. So during that time, why don't you worry about it? Be afraid, Will. Be very afraid. It's one of my favorite fucking jokes.
Oh, a traveler, Paimon. Didn't expect to see you here.
I mean, everything like that is more... Yeah, probably.
Hello.
Hi. Talking things out with your grandson?
Yes. Looking after these little rascals is rather exhausting.
Taking care of the traveler isn't easy either. Paimon's life is an uphill battle.
You say that like you aren't the baby.
Traveler, Paimon, I want to thank you for your help back at the ruin.
Just don't do anything like that ever again.
I won't.
Words, but the actual... conveys be more open to... Yeah.
Let's get together sometime. If Auroron really wants to thank you, he can treat us all to a tasty meal.
Oh wow, well to set the man up.
Sounds great. We'll be there.
You don't know how much of a financial burden you just put on him. Silali, no. Paimon will eat everything. She'll go, thanks, I'll have the whole menu. Like, you don't understand. Let's go pass out.
If you're done for the day, we should get some rest. Paimon has a feeling we'll need it for tomorrow.
That night... Uh-oh.
You ready?
Yep. Let's go meet the Lord of the Night.
So, this is where you heard the Lord of the Night? Guess that means she really has awakened. Hopefully we made it before she falls asleep again.
Fret not. I'm still here. For a weak life form, falling asleep is no less taxing an exercise than staying awake.
I'm sorry for disturbing your rest, but there's something we didn't have the chance to ask you earlier.
No, this we kind of knew about. You know, this whole story started with us going to find Sheilaland to ask to make us an ancient name so we could be officially recognized as a being of Natland, so we could join in the fight against the Abyss when it kicks off in the last chapter. That still needs to happen, and these are the two that plan to do it, so it's going to be just that, probably.
We ran into a problem. She's not from Natland, so there are no records of her in the Night Kingdom.
I see.
They're effectively sorting out our visa for us.
It would seem the two of you are not simply here on her orders. So, what say you? Do you believe this traveler to be deserving?
Mm-hmm.
Speak your mind. There are no others here. You are both my children. Both children of Natlan.
Where it's so easy, yeah.
Your opinions on the matter.
She is special. She saved Kachina and devoted herself to helping us avert this disaster. Natlan owes her a debt, but that debt has not been repaid. And with an ancient name, we can at least guarantee her safety.
Even though that guarantee will come at the cost of your own life?
Oh, what?
Yes.
So, it's true. Forging an ancient name consumes the life of the craftsman.
Forging an ancient name is an act of creation. It involves taking disparate concepts throughout the Night Kingdom and condensing them into a heroic epic. But it takes time for the new concept to be integrated into that realm. If the ancient name is like a seed, then the life of the craftsman is the outer shell, serving as its protection. Once that process is complete, the seed will sprout, and having served its purpose, the outer shell will gradually disappear. Forging an ancient name is no easy task. And creating one for an outlander makes it even more challenging. Still, if you're here, that means your mind is set.
Yes, because I believe forging this name will be well worth it. We don't know how long we'll be able to hold back the Abyss or what the final price of averting this disaster will be. If giving up my life means that all the people of Natlan can have a future, then the sacrifice is practically negligible. Even when I'm staring death in the face, I don't think I'll regret this decision. I bear the name Baraka. This is a part of my duty.
Which means blessing.
I understand. The chance may be exceedingly slim, but you still want to seize it, because this could be the final step to victory. And you, Siglali, the anxiety you feel, it's because you saw something, yes? Something you were not meant to see.
So, you know about that too?
What is she talking about?
I've had concerns for a long time. Malika's plan needs too much time, and too many things can go wrong. The Masters of the Nightwind have a ceremony that can be used to glimpse the future. It's just... using this power on the Pyro Archon has always been seen as a taboo.
And you did it anyway? What did you see?
Death.
How?
A key part of Malika's plan is using the 6 heroes to release the power Xbalanque obtained from the ruler of death.
Renova.
Considering its origins, the price of using that power is death.
Oh, is it going to kill all 6 of the heroes if they do it? So it would kill Moana, it would kill Kanish, it would kill Auroran, it would kill the Archer girl, it would kill Sheila Lin. Well, I mean, Sheila Lin's already, you know, toying with death with the whole ancient name thing, but you get my point.
You're saying Malika is going to die in this war against
Oh,
the
and
Abyss?
Moika, because she's the one leading the charge.
Yes.
I can't just ignore what I saw. That's why I need the Traveler's power. I need the power of a Descender.
Oh, see, Lali's come here to bargain. She's like, give me the power the Traveler has.
Don't forget, Siglali. Even if it may seem like someone is fated to die, the nature
And potentially
of death
us,
and
but
fate
that's...
are different.
We'll have to see how this goes.
Fate indicates what will happen in the future. The time, manner, and place are all predetermined. But death is different. Death is a rule. The ruler of death's power will allow Moika to triumph over the Abyss. But she must offer her own life in the
Oh,
process.
actually, this is more sounding like Moika will be the only one that would truly die out of this.
The ruler of death cares little for the time and manner of a death. She simply guarantees that it will occur. Fate may be able to influence the timing, but that is all the Traveler can change.
Wait, you're saying we might be able to change when she dies, but not the outcome?
I cannot help you with this, I'm afraid. It's beyond my capabilities.
Malika knows about all this, doesn't she?
Yes. I imagine she has long accepted this eventuality.
Well, I can't. She's so strong. She never gives up, never rests until a problem is solved. She's not the type of person to just quietly accept her death. The Traveler shares that quality. That's why I think this gamble is worth it. Together, I know they can overcome the impossible. Be it fate or death.
We shall have to wait and see, but I will curb my expectations. My time is running out. It is my honor to witness humanity in this moment of absolute determination.
We won't forget your contributions. Once we deal with the Abyss, we'll find a way to keep you alive.
Thank you for saying that, but there is nothing you can do. How many years of life are enough? 10? 100? 1,000? 10,000? The Night Kingdom will disappear. The humans will continue to fight against the Abyss, and in the end, all will cease to exist.
That's what makes us different.
Whoops.
Even if our end comes
I've
tomorrow,
already finished the sentence. Whoops.
humanity will still do whatever it takes to survive today.
When you consider all of that, extending my life is meaningless was the last thing she said. My bad.
Exactly.
Times like these always fill me with admiration and reinforce my commitment to the mandate I shoulder. My creator was right in esteeming you as special above others. Here. This is my gift to you and an extension of my will. It can record the traveler's experiences in this land, whether from the past or the future. With it, you can forge the ancient name you desire, and the traveler will also become a hero forever recorded in the memory of Natlan.
Thank you. We're sorry to ask this of you when your strength is already all but spent.
Really. Thank you so much.
Your thanks are unnecessary. This is the least that an angel can do. Time for you to leave. It's getting dark.
I can't sleep with all the noise outside.
You fucking alright, Paimon.
Forget it. Let's go check it out.
Hey, you two. I think the Lord of the Night took the sacrifice in Sheila's place.
So early?
We went to see the Lord of the Night, and she gave us this. Like I said before, I couldn't forge your ancient name because there was no record of you in the Night Kingdom. But with this, we can finally record your deeds.
Just keep it with you during your time in Natlan. And eventually, it'll be full of your adventures.
Really? Let Paimon see!
Oh no, what's this? Uh-oh. Oh, these are for fucking exploring. In the words of Malapo, who was baptized by fire, everything comes at a price. The star that transcends destiny and the greatest companion. With your encouragement, tasted victory for the first time. Beady always sacrificed for his beloved land. Having traversed mountainsides, streams, lakes, and seas, you come to know the world as you have your mission. So yeah, this is all the things we've already done. And the Primal Flame illuminates the world under the banner of Kionji. Fucking humanity takes its first step towards the future. That's cool.
Oh, it's the two of us! And a sun in the middle. Oh, and that must be... Kachina?
It's not a concrete medium. It reflects the Lord of the Night's will, and shows what she wants you to see.
Oh, in other words, don't worry about its form. When you want to check the contents, just take it out and have a look.
Sounds convenient. It's also super light and doesn't take up too much space.
Yeah, with our, like, bottomless pit bag.
This is a really awesome gift.
It didn't come at a price, right?
Oh, yeah. We'd feel bad accepting something like that.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, you two. It's, you know, like you saw yesterday.
Sheila's downplaying it. It's like, oh, the Lord of the Night's just dead now, but don't worry about it.
She would have willingly reconstructed Natlan's ley lines at the cost of her own existence. She wouldn't ask anything in return for this.
Yeah, Zealand. That
Exactly. Just take it.
Yeah.
Well, if you say so.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. The Abyss attacked again. It's really bad. The monsters are everywhere. We need help.
So soon? We just fought them off.
We can figure that out later. Let's go.
Oh, we have to actually. We're still in the inn. That's why it says it's in Natlan. It was like we are in Natlan. No, we're in an interior area. We have to leave it.
I see. I'll send reinforcements to those two locations. This other one is too dangerous. I'll handle it myself.
But it sounds like it's starting to become more of a daily occurrence, the Abyss attacks.
With no inhabitants. Let's bring our warriors back and make sure they're careful on the retreat.
Understood. I'll spread the word.
We're here. What's going on? Kachina said the Abyss attacked again?
Because you have to adapt to because it says stretching. Oh, you should have been doing that for a while, my friend.
Yes, it's not looking good. Our forces have always been able to handle the sporadic attacks, but now there are more monsters than ever, and the attacks are more frequent.
What about the scale? What areas are they targeting?
All of Natlan. Not just around the stadium, but even the remote areas of the Collective of Plenty are reporting attacks.
You're right. Oh, fair enough, dude.
Could this also be some kind of omen? If things continue like this, then...
We won't last much longer, I know. What we're seeing now is the desperation of the Abyss. It knows we're only one hero short.
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier, because now we're so close, the Abyss, if they know, are going to start getting very aggressive to try and repel it.
I don't have the strength to fight it right now. This is its best opportunity and its final chance.
Oh, you've been skipping leg day, I see.
You're saying we just have to hold out for as long as we can?
It'll be a long fight. Our current focus needs to be on protecting civilians and conserving manpower. There are caravans and adventurers trapped in the wild. Many of our warriors have already left to rescue them, but they'll need reinforcements.
Leave it to us. We'll head out right away.
All right. Shilonen, Kachina, head to the camp near the Children of Echoes. Lali, you're needed in the Masters of the Nightwind. As an important figure in the plan, Auroron will stay here. Your tribe is too far from the stadium.
Understood. I'll leave right away.
I prepared a hot air balloon to take you where you're needed.
Oh, sick.
Messengers from the Scions of the Canopy are traveling all around Natlan. Update them once you've completed your mission, and they'll compile the information into a battle report. As I receive intel from the various regions, I'll plan your next move.
All right. No time to lose. Let's go!
I had a leg day before. Oh, fair. Be careful, everyone. Sorry, Kachina, I can't hear you. Can you say that with an actual voice this time?
What about us? Where should we go?
I received word that a small team escorting civilians back to the stadium was attacked. They won't be able to hold out for long. Can I leave them to you?
Of course.
Thank you. The hot air balloon is over there.
Everyone gets a hot air balloon, right? Oh my god, what? All hotspots that require reinforcements are shown here. Oh, there's a whole fucking quest system tied to this. Interesting. Oh my goodness, yeah. Is this going to be all the things to get our ancient name? Is that fucking the captain? Oh. That's kind of cool. Active monsters 1,133. Total deaths 111. Oh no. Also, I think... There it is. Yeah, we have our Pilgrim's Chronicle. This is a cool idea for part of the quest. I wasn't expecting it to actually have like a proper like go do things system.
There are warriors fighting everywhere. Seems like chaos in the making. Good thing for those battle reports.
Make sure everyone's actually topped up. But you can see on the map, they don't want us. They want us to stick to the objective for a minute, but they will probably let us go loose and start going wild, doing all these bits and pieces. Also, worth mentioning, because of this one, we have a front portrait of the captain. They're almost definitely going to be using that if and when he becomes playable. So that's an early look at what his front portrait will look like. Morlani needs us as well. Oh, that enemy's burning to death. I don't think I need to do much. Oh, is there a fake wall? Oh, there is. Damn.
Let's go help.
Let me out then. I have to wait for it to come to a complete stop.
Reinforcements! Thank goodness! Thank you for coming. We were almost at the breaking point.
There were just too many monsters. They just kept coming, wave after wave. I've never seen it this bad.
At least we got here in time. You all should get going.
I know, but it's not that easy. A lot of people were hurt in the battle just now. Our cart was also attacked, and now our supplies are scattered everywhere.
That's not important right now. We need to focus on getting out of here alive.
I know, but these were medical supplies. What if they need them back at the stadium?
It's them! Over here!
We came to help, but looks like you don't need it. Nice job making it through.
Now we can head straight to the next location.
What other areas need help?
Here, take a look at the latest battle report. Messengers from the Scions of the Canopy are traveling all around Natland to pass along the latest intel. If you see a messenger from the Scions of the Canopy, feel free to ask them about the latest battle situation.
Thanks! Now where should we go next?
Seems like you can hold your own in a fight, so let's split up. Choose where you want to go and we'll take the rest.
Still looks like they could use some help here, though. These supplies are really important. What should we do?
It's all right. Don't delay your rescue efforts on our account.
But if we stay here too long, the monsters might come back.
What do you think, Traveler? Should we stay and help? Paimon will do whatever you decide.
We got a lot of shit to do.
Traveler, can I ask you a favor? My mother's a doctor. When she heard about the attacks in the wilderness, she rushed out to help, and I haven't heard from her since. I'm worried. She's not a fighter, and I can't leave to check on her. I want her to stay out of this. So if you see her, can you please tell her to take shelter?
Of course. We've got this.
Thank you. Oh, that makes it easier to focus on the current battle.
Did he get scared?
It's normal to be afraid.
Normal? You mean I'm not being a coward?
Not at all. You're here, aren't you? Ready to fight even despite your fear. That's impressive.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Oh.
Thanks, you two.
Oh god, this is an emergency. The result will depend on whether or not you provide immediate fucking support. Oh, that's so mean. They're carrying supplies. We need to prioritize that. And then so we start moving again. Oh, is this updated now we've done that? It's in order. Oh, I need a... fair enough. Also, once again, you're in your mid-30s, you're not that old. Just because your diet's been shit by the sounds of it with all your sodas doesn't mean you're old. It just means you need to, like, do more things for your health. I have no idea how much I weigh. I don't really keep on top of those sort of things.
Hey, Kanish just ran past. He must be busy delivering messages. At least he didn't look hurt.
My guy, I think you're stereotyping me a little too much. I've never thought people in their 30s are old, even when I was a kid. I thought people in their 50s were old. And even then, I'm like, no, that's not old. Like, you know, like now, maybe it's just because now I'm like 25 and I'm like, I'm halfway there. And I'm like, oh, it's not that old, so I'm not coping.
Everything looks good so far. Wait, those Saurians are fighting the Abyss! Unbelievable! Attacking cute, innocent Saurians? Come on, let's go out!
Oh, fuck, we traded. That was not a good trade to have. Sorry, Arlecchino.
It's alright. You're safe now. The bad guys are all gone.
Right, lucky 60, yeah, I suppose.
Go and find your friends, okay? It's dangerous out here. It's best to stick together.
I don't think they understood that.
Okay then. Shoo! Shoo! Come on, shoo! Nope. Still nothing. Wait. There's something on the ground over there. Let's see.
Alright.
Oh, it's one of the battle reports from the Scions of the Canopy. This must be what the Saurians were trying to protect. Looks pretty recent too. We can use it to figure out where to go next.
If it's recent, that means the messenger is still nearby.
Right. Maybe they just dropped it by accident, though. Anyway, we saw the battle report, so you guys don't need to worry anymore. Still no response.
It's almost like they don't speak English.
Well, what do you want to do? Follow the battle report or continue to explore this area?
Oh, fair enough. Okay, Kanish is there currently. Moika is over there, the mine collapse. She's on her own sorting that.
Someone's injured. Oh, that must be the messenger. Hey, are you alright? Can you still walk?
The battle report! I have to find the battle report.
We found it.
Yeah, we got you covered. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. I just hope I'm not too late. In times like these, every second counts. Even a short delay can put lives at risk.
Don't worry about that. We can take things from here. You just need to head back to the stadium and focus on getting better.
Have faith in your people.
You're right. I can't do much else in my current state anyway.
How can we make sure he'll safely get back, though? We can't let him make the journey alone. It's too dangerous out there.
They will protect him.
Huh? What the...
Looks like the Yumkasaur wants to give you a lift.
Whoa, you guys sure about this? It's really dangerous out there.
All right, well, thanks. This is a huge help.
Be careful on the road.
Thank goodness for those Saurians. They really came to the rescue.
Yeah, he stands a much better chance of survival now.
It's no wonder people from Natlan are so fond of their Saurian companions.
So in about 25 minutes, going for a walk. Fair enough. Alright, what have we got? Echoes in the valley. Children response defensive works to calm the brutal top of monsters, whereas fiercely but the foes are known diminishing in number. And key supply rescue. Monsters surround attack the merchant south people of the springs. Not threaten the lives of the caravan members, but running amok, destroying the vital supply rescues. They must be stopped. What happened back where we left, where we didn't go? Oh, wow, the captain fucking is moving. He's over there now. He is schmoving. Solved. Let's hope everything has gone well. He's currently recruiting new couriers. Guards are present around the clock to ensure those who evacuated surrounding layers. Okay. Hey, the active monsters is going up, and we've lost another 12 people since we started doing this. So. Buff, you will find many here who will aid you. I think we should prioritize going towards the valley. Oh, thank goodness, it's going to start just warping us over. I was like, don't make me just have to keep on hopping on the fucking thing.
Let's go help.
So, Alia, you can be recovered. Sorry about that. I kind of left her at lowish health and then just kind of dived in.
Illusion shattered. This is transfixed.
There we go. Isn't there maybe rivers in the dry land?
Thank you for coming.
A heartbeat of a tin man. Sorry. You said rivers in the desert. How's the situation with the children of Echoes?
Fairly stable for now. We've stationed ourselves here to act as a buffer.
What about the monsters that suddenly appeared?
Based on my experience, the monsters are attracted to two things. The presence of living beings and combat. That's why we set up our front line of defense so far from the tribe. The civilians are more isolated from combat that way. Ah, the messenger's here.
Oh, it's the messenger we helped earlier.
We were just waiting for the latest battle report.
We'll stay here and continue to guard the tribe. There's so much that needs to be done after that last battle. But we're short on manpower. If you're not in a hurry to leave, would you be willing to help out?
That's a decision for the traveler.
Oh, talking to him is optional. We'll do that first then quickly.
Ah, by the way, I think I know where some monsters might be. It's an area nearby.
Yeah, it's a great boss theme. The boss seems more about the party and not fucking Cheeto, but it's cool.
If you've got some time, I'd appreciate the backup.
Of course.
All right, let's move out.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't completely remember Jingo's theme. It's not that it didn't stick out to me, it's just not, like, in my memory.
There is no escape. Shine down. Overrule. Everlasting as the moon.
Thanks to you, we managed to clear out the threats in the surrounding area. Let's head back.
But Armstrong was another situation. Collective consciousness is more his theme. The way it has to be, that could be... we've been over this before. That's very much Raiden's theme, which is why it doesn't play when Sam fights him. Collective consciousness is his theme, which, to be fair, is also a banger song in itself. But then also, that's not unique to him. The entire game is something but banger songs. Let's be real here. MGR is just peak music.
Here's the current situation. People from all over Natlan are trying to make their way to the stadium, but they're being targeted by the Abyss. If you have the strength, they could really use some help.
Alright, where next? Oh, there's fucking only one destination. How are the people doing? First, by thanks to the on the Children of Echoes, the relevant personnel are currently organizing rescue operations with Kachina among their numbers. The abyssal monsters gradually increased, plunging the warriors into a vortex of endless battle. By the time 3 reinforcements arrived, the caravan in the area had already suffered serious casualties. The present situation is unclear. Hey, Capitano, you're out of bounds. What the fuck? What are you doing? A key pass among the mountaintops around the stadium has been occupied by swimming monsters. Their lairs are easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Having heard of this, the captain is headed over to the scene. A team of warriors of the people of Springs are helping their Soren companions retreat towards the stadium. Despite the reports of monsters' activity along the way, they do not yet need any support. A team of 2 soldiers are escorting civilian evacuators from the Masters of the Night Wind over to the stadium. The Abyss has contaminated the roads, forcing them to make a detour through a mountain pass. I appreciate that we're just warping there. If we had to keep on like actually physically seeing the run over, it'd get a little tedious.
Dangerous for people to stay out in the wild. Guess that means the situation isn't getting any better. Well, we'll just have to keep fighting.
Yeah, I see it. Let me turn around. Turn around, camera.
Shine down.
Right, nice. Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, Kenichi, you're back.
Yeah, thought I'd check on the situation after finishing my delivery work. If you're here, though, I doubt I'm needed. Every person counts.
It really feels like we're running short on people everywhere. It's so dangerous out there. Just when we think everything's under control, another thing goes off the deep end. Not that Paimon's complaining, it's just... What if things get even worse?
Ha, what a stupid question. You know the answer, you're just too afraid to face it. Like a puny bug clinging to a pipe dream.
Okay, that's enough out of you!
This might be one of the few times A-Hall has a point. On the bright side, we can pat ourselves on the back for saving all these civilians and bringing them here. My tribe is launching a second wave of patrols soon. We'll do a scan of the whole nation. As long as we don't scatter our forces, the Abyss is nothing to fear. Fear is useless anyway. Even if the endless surge of monsters scares you to death, you still have to fight. There is no other choice. Where's Moika? She took a small team of warriors to the mines. A group of people from the Children of the Echoes were trapped there. I think she just got back. The lava alone makes the area dangerous, and now it's crawling with monsters. Without her power, she is just an ordinary vision bearer like the rest of us. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Spewing nonsense as always. Quit worrying and look at the outcome, genius. She's still obviously the strongest warrior you have.
Yeah, she always seems so confident. Plus, she told us you can only become the Archon by proving your strength.
It's true. She certainly helped us save manpower. She can handle the dangerous areas almost entirely on her own. Alright, I'm tired of this conversation. Either take a break or get moving already. A break sounds good. We won't be much help on the field if we're dead on our feet.
Good idea. Maybe we can see if the people around here need anything in the meantime.
Even on a break, we can still be helpful.
Looks like we're on the same page. A lot of people in here. Could they all be refugees?
Oh, there's the bench to just stop when you're ready, huh?
Oh, it's you two. Oh, I'm so glad you're all right.
Hey, you made it back!
Sure did. Dargo made sure we got back safely before rushing out again.
Plus, we managed to deliver the medical supplies to the stadium. I really can't thank you enough for your help.
Oh, these two are here. The only problem is the heals won't heal early. It just takes away her blood debt.
I managed to accept my fear, but I still want to ask you one last thing. If I die, do you think anyone will remember me?
Jesus. Absolutely.
That's what I'm hoping for, too. It's just... never mind.
Do you want to talk about it, buddy? Like, fuck.
Want to get some rest, Traveler? We have to head out again in a bit.
Yeah, let's get some rest. Oh, this theme that's currently playing. Now the soundtrack for Natlan so far has dropped. We know that this track is literally the anthem of Natlan. It's the Natlan theme song, so to speak.
Haha, it's you two! Thanks again for rescuing me.
You know each other?
Yeah, we ran into him out in the wild. He was injured, but luckily some saurians took him back to safety. Speaking of which, are you sure you've recovered enough to be out and about like this?
I got really lucky. My injuries were just some flesh wounds. The doctor said they should heal on their own as long as I get enough rest, so I figured I'd try and keep working if I could.
The doctor said, oh man, if I stop and rest, I'll be fine. So I decided to not rest. Fucking, come on.
But, it didn't take me long to start regretting that decision. Everything's hurting now. As soon as I've delivered this battle report, I'm headed right back to go lie down.
Sounds sensible. It's not a good idea to be taking risks while you're injured. Oh, the Abyss Pylon. The rabble-rousers return. They just don't know when to give up. An Abyssal Pylon here. That's not good news. We need to deal with it now. I think Ganesh, you're going. I don't really like playing as you.
Commendable. Witness my rise.
Oh, there's more?
Laid bare.
I kind of figured out how to use Ganesh. When I first used him, I had no idea and used him really poorly. You have to kind of like alternate attack, charge attack, and skill once you're linked to kind of like build up energy and then release it using the skill and whatnot. But it's still like, it's just not really my jive.
This is where you come.
Oh, the Abyss is like invading. Holy shit. fucking hell yeah.
Thanks.
The situation is grave. Hold this position. Keep the people safe.
Chaos and emptiness. So that's the abyss.
And it knows that now is its best chance.
But the sacred flame!
Archon's on the case.
Oh, there's the Gnosis. Ooh.
What was that?
Oh, I like how the remnants of our fight are still in the background, like the grass was still burning. The physical embodiment of pure dread and destruction. Ha! That black pit of despair will eat you all alive, at long last.
Laugh all you want, it's gonna eat you too!
So this is the source of the Abyss's power. It emitted a large amount of abyssal energy. I gotta get closer to that thing. It may already be too late. Get to the place mentioned in the battle report. I have a feeling things are about to get very bad, very quickly. There's no time to lose. You got it.
The fact that Deadpan Kenichi is this nervous just goes to show how serious this really is.
Yes, I think, although it's going to be a few months, unfortunately, I think that, whatever that is, whatever's in that, is what's going to be the weekly boss at the end of this story arc.
Oh, let's go. The disaster's really happening.
Oh my god, the active monsters in Tail Deaths are really Oh, I wanted to see if you could... Oh no, it's there. Oh. Oh, you can see it. An immense power of the Abyss has taken on some ineffable form. Now it hangs high, staining the skies of Natlan black, spreading endless calamity upon every inch of the still breathing land. And the music's getting a little bit more dire. The Abyss power spreads from this place to all of Natlan. The monsters here are endless, their attacks inexorable. The hot springs of the people of the springs have been defiled by the Abyss's power. The tribespeople have organized an effort to purify the waters. Morlani and Amina are taking part as well. There have been no update from this sector in some time, and the situation is unknown. Okay, look at the edge of the map, like it is completely... Oh my god, yeah, that's the big one. It's getting entirely devoured. The abyssal creatures have broken through the Feather clan's defensive line, with the civilians yet to evacuate. The brutal implications for the battle. Oh, Jesus. The place is wholly consumed by abyssal power. No life can endure here, and none dare approach. Warriors from the Scions of the Canopy guard this outpost such that civilians who have been hurt in the wild and those unable to move quickly may seek temporary shelter here. There has been no update from this sector in some time. The situation is unknown. Wayana, chief of the Scions of the Canopy, is recruiting new couriers to deal with the ever-increasing battle report workload. There have been no updates from this sector in some time. Situation unknown. The Vetui transferred to the Pyrarchon's command have been stationed nearby to provide aid in passing merchants and travelers. There have been no update from this sector for some time. Situation unknown. Monsters infest both flanks of the valley around the Children of the Echoes. The relevant personnel are currently organizing rescue operations, with Kachina being among their number. No update. Situation unknown. A sound of monster activity rings through the valley beyond the Children of Echoes. Teams of warriors are giving their all in deploying defensive work to hold the imminent impact. No updates. The origin of the Abyss powers appeared to skies above. Kenichi is rushing over to investigate. As of yet, no further intel. Battle reports indicate that people and their sworn companions have been trapped here since the Abyss attacks rapidly infesting. If we rescue them, we can make haste, and many civilians have been surrounded here by the Abyss attacks rapidly intensifying. We don't rescue them, we... You're asking a lot from here. Civilians or people and their companions. So, like, people fighting or civilians? I'm going for the civilians.
There are monsters everywhere. But the battle report said there are still people here who could use our help. So let's wipe the monsters
Jesus.
out.
This is getting a bit grimmer.
Shine down. Gotcha. Quietly now. Gang's up.
Over here. Come on, quick. Wake up. You gotta wake up.
They're all dead.
Oh no. Were we too late? No. Don't come any closer.
It's okay, sweetie. They're not monsters. I think they're here to help.
Don't worry, you're safe now.
Thank you.
What happened here?
The Abyss had us surrounded. Luckily, these Fatui came to our rescue, and we started evacuating. But then that black fire shot out of the stadium, and that huge monstrosity appeared in the sky. Right after that, monsters suddenly appeared everywhere. They couldn't fight them off, so they hit us here.
We should keep moving. There's no place to hang around.
Right. You need to get to the stadium. Come on, we'll take you.
Thank you. You saved our lives. We're forever indebted to you.
Paimon. This is no disaster. This is war.
Yeah. Paimon knows, it's just... It hasn't fully sunk in yet. But anyway, right now, let's focus on getting them to the stadium. With any luck, there'll be an update waiting for us there. If not, we'll just have to play things by ear.
Oh, hey, it's you again. It's a real shame I'm stuck here nursing my wounds. Otherwise, I'd be out there on the front line delivering the latest intel to you guys.
What's the current situation out there?
Fewer and fewer messengers are making it back, and each trip seems to be taking longer than the last. It gives me a really bad feeling. I'll update you on the latest intel for now. For next time, though, I'll see if I can find someone to bring the updates directly to you. I can't guarantee anything, though. As you know, we're seriously short on people.
Don't worry about me, I'll manage.
I don't know how you do it. You really are a true hero.
Oh, Jesus, they're total deaths. Abyss of activity is strong, and the ley line status has been dented. Look, yeah, it's taking over more and more. Ugh. Guards are present around the clock to ensure that civilians have been evacuated here from the surrounding lands may safely enter the stadium of Sacred Flame, but there's been no update for some time. Ferocious abyssal creatures have attacked this strong point belonging to the Scions of the Canopy. The civilians are wounded, and wounded personnel are resisting desperately, but the situation grows perilous.
Yet another place crawling with monsters. Let's clear the area and see if there are any survivors.
It's not looking promising.
Busted. Gotcha.
Transfixed.
New creature. The Tenebrous Mimiflora. An abyssal monster has ascended to this world from the deep dark depths of the twisted and alien world. The Tenebrous Mimiflora can mimic various phenomena and can deploy a Void Ward in combat. Some of its attacks can cause stackable attrition that after a time will cause your active character to lose health. Use a specific number of elemental attacks to destroy this creature's ward. Night Soul aligned elemental attacks can break through its defenses more effectively. Oh, I see it. Enemies that basically have a guard you have to break first. I get it.
Shine down. Things are about to get done.
Laid bare. Witness my rise. Overruled.
So let's see if we can find any survivors.
Stay back! Wait, here? What happened to the monsters?
Judy slain.
All of them? But there were so many.
What's the situation here? Any other survivors?
The warriors protecting our group all fought to their deaths. We weren't about to sit around waiting to die, so we snuck out and made a run for it. But we didn't get far before the monsters spotted us. Who knows? Maybe we should have stayed put after all.
Oh, when I was in my prime, I could have handled them all by myself.
You need to get out of here now.
Yeah, take our hot air balloon and head to the stadium.
Oh, but won't that hold you up if we take it?
What the? How is anyone still here? I thought the monsters had captured this place.
Perfect timing. Can you escort them to safety?
Yes, of course. Leave them with us. What's the matter? We need to go. It's not safe here.
It's just... I can't help but think things might have turned out differently if only I'd chosen to fend for myself sooner, rather than expecting other people to protect me.
It's not too late, maybe even for me. I might be an old bag of bones, but I used to train in the spear, and I bet I can still remember a thing or two.
Let's get going. I'm gonna fight to the very end, just like they did.
Thanks again for your help. We'll be all right from here.
Okay, but be extra careful on your way back. We'll see you at the stadium.
You bet. Till then.
God, 1,914 monsters, 367 casualties, and we've only solved 7 fucking problems. Jesus. Doesn't, as I say, is there nothing else to do here? No, let's get moving then. Early war reports indicate that some people and their Soren companions have come under siege here. Even the Abyss intensifying the attacks. It's unknown if they've even survived.
Monsters everywhere you look, and... Oh no. Looks like there's a Saurian fort.
Pitiful. Transfixed. Overruled. Everlasting as the moon.
Shine down. Quietly now. Gotcha. Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin. Shudder.
What the voice to find the survivors? You it?
Guess you're the sole survivor, huh, buddy?
Ooh.
There. Don't be scared. Head to the stadium. You'll be safe there. It's that way.
Paimon sounds broken. She's witnessed too much death all of a sudden. You can hear it. She sounds broken.
You're upset, and nothing Paimon says could make it better. But you have to go right away, okay?
Stay strong.
Yeah, you're right. We have to keep going. The latest intel said the children of Echoes need support too. Let's head over.
The children of Echoes' forward defensive works have come under brutal assault by monsters. The warriors gathered can no longer put up an effective resistance, but they have yet to give up.
These warriors are struggling. Quick, let's help them!
Quietly now.
Lay to bed.
Need to break this first if we're going to try and solve anything here.
There is no escape. Gotcha. Game's up. Time's over.
This is the second time you've had to come to our rescue.
Here.
I'm a little ashamed. Thanks to your efforts last time, we managed to fend off the Abyss here, even after whatever that was appeared in the sky. But at this point, I think we're gonna have to cut our losses. This base is as good as gone.
Yeah, everyone needs to stick together. Best to regroup somewhere else.
All right, time to evacuate. There's a volunteer unit here too, so first I need to ask them what they want to do next. For anyone who still wants to fight on the front lines, the Children of Echo's front is the closest to here. Anyone who wants to leave will likely also see action as they evacuate, but will be afforded safety at the stadium. Those are the options. We're abandoning this base, and you're free to stay with the group or leave. As of this moment, the Children of Echoes are reasonably well defended, so please, weigh the risks and consider your family's safety before you make a decision. Now then, anyone who wishes to keep fighting, show me how serious you are. Did I not make myself clear?
But if Natlan is destroyed, will there still be a home for us to return to?
If anyone wants a future, it's on them to go out there and grab it. Period. No one wants to be that person who sat back and hoped for the best while other people were giving their blood for our nation.
Very well. For Natlan.
For Natlan.
You heard them. This means we'll all be going to support the Children of Echo's garrison.
Great! Well, you all seem in good spirits, so that's encouraging. But still, please be careful.
Don't worry. It'll be just like another Night Warden war. We'll force the Abyss back if it's the last thing we do.
What's that?
Huh? Shoot! That creepy Abyss thing is raining
Okay,
down
about these soldiers to return to. Yeah. That thing looks crazy, by the way. I said, I think we're going to enter one of those in presumably 2.3 when this story comes to a head to fight the weekly boss.
That's over towards people of the
But I
Springs
genuinely really
territory.
enjoyed that the Abyss
From
has
what
finally
I've
been
heard,
put on the
their
forefront of the
defenses
story
have been
again, because it's been
substantially
forever.
weakened by the Abyss invasion.
Then let's head over and check on them.
Well, to them, it's not senseless. That's the thing. To them, this is the correct thing to do. To push forward whilst there's still a chance, instead of waiting on the side and hoping for it all to be over. The source of the abyssal power shall pour forth pollution from the skies, and if not gotten rid of in time, the abyss shall swiftly corrode Natlan's lands. Is there any other updates anywhere else? Yeah. No. It's this one that's fucking the scary one. Well, they did alright on their own. We just helped. Alright, let's see what crash landed over here. What the fuck is this?
What the? Paimon can't believe it!
Transfixed.
It's too darn strong, our attacks are useless! Oh, why isn't anything working? At this rate, the Abyss is just gonna keep sending more and more monsters. The next wave will be here soon. We need to get out of here. Let's check the area for survivors and hurry!
Oh, I don't like how this thing's staring at us. And not as in the character, as in us. Like, it's... like, look at the eye in the core. It spins with the camera. Oh. How long will it last? Well, that's the big question that's lingering over this entire thing.
Where the dangerous substance has been dropped.
Everyone has to keep on fighting like the next minute will be their last because they don't know if it will be.
This is the first report we've had in ages, which means the messenger's job has become all but impossible.
But the thing is, if they all retreat and the Abyss takes over, there won't be a family or home to return to. That was the point they were making. If they don't resist here, the Abyss will just devour it all anyway. It's resist and die trying, or go home and die not trying.
But there's nothing we can do about that. Our priority is to get to the next affected zone.
Ultimately, we're just trying to buy time for whatever Moika has in store to try and push them back.
Maybe that strange substance over there won't be as rock solid as here. There's a chance at least.
Oh, I'm not saying you should. I'm saying I can understand why they're doing what they're... Oh my fucking god. Abyssal activity, dire. Active monsters, 2,500. Total deaths, 1,806. Finality's forthcoming. Yeah, all of this is consumed. This is terrifying. The Abyss, all monsters ever swarm in number, and despite all attempts, the core of the Abyss's might could not be destroyed. Evacuate first, then try something else later. Oh, I think this might be the last one if it wants us to hop back on the hot air balloon. Yeah. I love how the music's gotten more somber while still incorporating the core elements that make it the Natlan theme as it's gone on. As the situations become worse and more desperate. As that thing continues to linger in the sky. Literally like the eye of the Abyss continues to linger in the sky.
There are too many monsters. There are just too many. It's beyond anything we've seen before.
That was one of the first places we went to as well. Look, and now there's nothing left. It was like the first places we solved and it changed nothing. Be prevented. Yeah, but the case in their situation is that it's unpreventable anyway. Like I said, the option is literally die trying or die not trying. There is no live option for them right now, so they're always going to take die trying. Because even if the chance is like 1,000,000 to 1, it's better than just accepting the 0. That's why they're fighting. That's why they continue to fight. Because obviously it's dire. They knew it was going to be dire the moment it started, but they had to choose to fight anyway, and so they did. I just hope, assuming we make it out of this, Natlan does recover from the casualties. Because 1,806 deaths is not something that's easily recoverable. No, I can understand die trying. To accept a 0 or to do something that could save everyone. If everyone accepts the 0, it guarantees the 0. If everyone tries for the 1,000,001, there's a chance it will break through. I understand the bravery to put forth your people like that. It takes a... Oh, the whole fucking tribe's taken over by monsters. Oh, ruh-roh, Raggy. And you can just see corpses like lying across it. That was supposed to be a safety point, by the way. When we was going through it, we learnt that refugees were getting taken there temporarily on their path, and that got overridden and strained out anyway. Literally proving my point. That was their safety hole to try and keep people safe to hide away to, and they all just got raided and murdered anyway. Oh yeah, that was a little obvious before, Paimon. Don't be afraid, Paimon. I know we can win this.
Okay, let's do this!
Jesus, they're really hammering it in. This very long, slow journey to our destination. They're really hammering all this in, huh? War is hell. Well, it is the nation of war. We kind of expected something like this to kick off. We just wasn't sure how it would show itself.
Oh, thank goodness, those people are still standing!
God, they're getting fucking bullied though.
Busted. Shine down. Overruled.
Move out! You've got to get out of here! Still no luck, huh? What on earth are these things? How are they invulnerable to attack?
Yeah, at least with regular abyssal pylons, anyone with a vision can destroy them. But this thing, no one's seen anything like it before. It's like a part of that sky demon's body or...
Is that what we're calling it? The Sky Demon?
Whatever it is, it seems like it can spawn abyssal pylons, and with them, a never-ending stream of abyss monsters. We're just no match for it.
At this point, retreat looks like our best option. We're fighting a losing battle here. The stadium is our only hope. That's where the sacred flame is, which seems to be the one thing that well of abyssal energy is afraid of. The Pyro Archon is guarding the flame. As long as that continues, we still have hope.
What's this?
Water, and some snacks. You look like you need it. I'm guessing you've been supporting the fight all over the map? Sounds like you need a breather. We got enough people to hold our own here, and it's high time you took a break. Why don't you sit down and gather your strength for a minute?
It's true. We've been fighting pretty much non-stop. Traveler, you must be exhausted. What do you think?
Right now, there are bigger things to worry about.
What is it?
As long as the Dark Monstrosity remains unbeaten, gathering together might actually put a target on the Children of Echoes' back.
Oh, you're right. Well, then guess we'd better go warn them. It's your decision. If you want to set off right away, Paimon will come with you.
These monsters, they're what the winners of the pilgrimage go on to fight, aren't they?
And to answer your question, one man, I don't know.
So, that makes us veterans of the Night Warden Wars now, too.
I hadn't thought of it like that, but now that you mention it, yeah, you're right. Neither of us are name bearers, so in principle, we should never have had the chance to fight on the front lines. In that sense, this is kind of a dream come true for us, isn't it? We're not in this for fame or glory, but for our childhood dreams of one day becoming a hero.
After ensuring that the children of Echoes are able to pull back, you decide to abandon the tribal encampment for now and follow the retreating populace to the Stadium of the Sacred Flame. I will say though, this whole section has been really cool. Like they're going, I was like, everyone head out, let's go. We had the cool cutscene in the middle that then revealed how things were going from bad to worse. And then seeing the slow decay of everything in between.
Oh, it's you guys. Things are bad here. Something fell out of the sky that's impervious to our attacks.
Not just here, we've run into a few of those already. Parcel gave the order to everyone to evacuate. Shidolin and I stayed behind as the rear guard.
It's a good thing you did, otherwise we might not have made it in time.
Kachina, she and I can deal with the remaining monsters and abyssal pylons. You should go catch up with the rest of the group before your parents start worrying about you.
Got it. I'll leave right away. They need all the help they can get.
Stay safe, Kachina.
Come on.
I think the whole point of this section, of being real though, even though it gave you choices, and there were some parts where it let you pick between soldiers and civilians, or, you know, creatures and people and things like that, I think the whole point of this section is no matter what you choose, the outcome's going to be the same. I think that's kind of the point.
Illusion shattered. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Transfixed.
But for the sake of the story, I think it is. That's the point. Obviously, like, there might be slight differences, because, like, we went out of our way as an optional thing to save one specific courier, and then he showed up a couple more times afterwards. So clearly there are some things that are affectable by us, but I think, like, the general point of this section is to show that the Abyss is overwhelming anyway. And that the situation is far beyond its most dire already.
Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye.
Lifelong term.
Transfixed.
I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to answer that. There's no place in the world that I'd have the ability to truly answer that.
My turn. This is where this show.
Oh, I just got one shot. Fuck.
Gotcha. Busted. Shine down. Quiet.
Basically, Halo Reach, kinda.
Witness my rise.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Insolent. Shine down.
You've had complete prepare to fall back.
Yep, that's everyone. And no more casualties.
Well, last time we saw Capitano was during that cutscene. He was near the actual Sacred Flame Temple to make sure the civilians made it. But we don't know if he stayed there because Sheilalun was there too, and obviously she isn't now. She's with us.
I appreciate your help. How are things out there? Pretty dire, I bet.
Extremely dire.
Some of the things I've seen, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get them out of my mind.
Yeah, and that's the thing. How many people are going to be if the survivors are going to be traumatized by this? Especially the ones that have been out on the front line that have just seen these creatures of the abyss murdering their people.
I've never witnessed a full-scale abyss invasion before. I mean, I'd heard stories about the sky being painted black, but I always thought that was an exaggeration. Mawika has witnessed this all before, so she knew better than anyone the terror and despair an abyss invasion
Despair?
might bring.
I think I know something about that. Shut up. Now is not the time, buddy. Oh.
Yeah, and despite that, she's still facing it head-on.
We've had to abandon our homes and chase the dying light of day. And maybe the only time we'll see the dawn again is in our dreams. But as long as there's even a sliver of hope, I am not gonna give up.
Me neither.
We should catch up with the group. Look.
Okay, I think she went to say let's go, but the subtitle finished, so I clicked go. One day do the team that evacuated first. How's it looking? Kanish is the only person unaccounted for. He's just up here. And we've had no further intel, so we don't know how it's going with his fight against this thing. He's doing modded on PC, yeah. And his Nagano, yeah, he's always up to something. It's such a stupid fucking bit that I just keep on bringing that son of a bitch back, but... Great, you made it all unscathed. Kenichi came by just now with some really bad news. Those indestructible abyss things have been dropped in all of the tribal territories. So it wasn't just the children of the echoes. Even the collective of plenty was affected, and they're the furthest away. But the worst affected region was the Flower Feathers clan. He said it's a complete disaster over there.
What? Isn't that Chaska's tribe? She said she was gonna take Koichi home to rest for a while.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. Fair enough. Kenichi didn't even stop to catch his breath before leaving for the stadium. He said he was going to try and assemble a team to go support them, but...
How, right? Everyone's struggling just to defend themselves. There is no spare manpower. At this rate, it won't be long before even the stadium is indefensible. And with everyone congregating at the stadium, the Abyss forces will start converging there, too. Then there'll be a battle on a scale much larger than anything we've seen so far. On the bright side, at least my old injuries aren't playing up at the moment. It means I can actually join in with the fighting.
Are you sure that's not just adrenaline?
The crux of the issue is that the heart of the Abyss itself has joined the invasion. That's a power we just can't match. I have every faith in the courage of our people. The Natlanese will never give in to despair. But still, the fact is, our lives are more fragile than our spirits.
Traveler Paimon knows what you're about to say.
We have to go to the Flower Feather clan.
Yeah. Paimon's sure is getting tired from all this flying, but it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, Paimon's going too.
Until the Pyro Archon succeeds in her plan, every life we save is worth it.
Yep. We'll leave the Children of Echoes to you guys. Flower Feather clan, hang in there. We're coming.
Really? But you guys must be nearing your limit, surely.
If there was ever a time to push ourselves to the limit, that time is now. Wait, over there! It's Chaska and Koichi!
Traveler! Over here! Hurry! Overruled.
Come on, break your guard.
Transfixed.
There we go.
This is where you
Uh-oh.
What happened to her? She's covered in abyssal energy!
All right, I'll help her. We've been talking about this. We were talking about this in 5.0. The whole that we're absorbing too much abyssal energy. Something's going to happen to us eventually.
Please. Save her.
I like A Soul Can't Be Cut. It's not my favorite track, but it is good.
Any better now?
Koichi! Koichi!
Chaska, I used to think Mom and Dad were crazy for adopting you. I was the younger sibling, but I always felt like it was my job to help Mom and Dad take care of you. I thought I could set you free from the abyssal energy you struggled with. I guess I was pretty full of myself, huh? Thinking
What's
I
my
could
top
fix
3?
you when we were always the same.
Red Sun, Collective Consciousness. And fucking... I forget what the song's called. Fucking Sam's theme. There's only one left.
Hush, Koichi. Put those thoughts right out of your mind. We'll be at the stadium in no time, okay? I'll carry you there.
And there will be blood shed. The man in the mirror nods his head. The only... That one.
The abyssal contamination is gone now. Just rest, and you'll get better.
I was always nagging you to slow down. Stop rushing headlong into things.
Well, that's not necessarily like 3, 2, 1 or 1, 2, 3. You could like rearrange those 3. It's just they're probably my top 3. I love Red Sun. I think it's a great song. Collective Consciousness just really hits the spot. And Sam's theme is just peak.
I worried about you so much. But now, I realize I never really understood what it's like for you. The fact that you survived an abyssal contamination was a miracle. But I like most of them.
The only song I've never really vibed with is Hot Wind Blowing. The song's alright, but it just never really hit for me. But I know that's just me. The only thing I know for real. Yeah, there it is, because the line just before it. Before the actual chorus kicks off.
Family was another miracle. But with me worrying about you.
Stains of Time I really like. Stains of Time is actually the very first thing I heard. I know as we're talking over Shuyu potentially dying here. Stains of Time was like the first song I actually heard for the game. Because it was before I actually played it, and I just happened to catch a video with it playing. So that was like my exposure to MGR music.
No, absolutely not. Nothing could be further from the truth. Do you hear me? All you ever did was love me. Same goes for Mom and Dad. I've always known that. And I feel terrible because I really did want to get along as a family. It might take me some time, but I'll find a way to make it work. I'm so sorry, Koichi. I never meant to make you feel this way.
It's okay, Chaska. No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. No one did. It's nobody's fault that things didn't turn out great. I get it now. So, No nagging from me this time. You keep forging ahead, sis. Never slow down, and never hold back. Spread your wings and fly free, like the fiercest kukusaur in the sky. Show the world who the bravest flower feather warrior is. Because that's who you are. And that's the sister I'm proud of.
Koichi! Koichi!
Koichi?
Oh, the Abyss took the opportunity to try and take her, the fuckers. Yeah. She was vulnerable, so the Abyss saw the opportunity to try and make her descend further into it.
What happened?
I think she's okay now. Yeah, we just have to leave her alone for now. She needs a minute.
What was that just now? It looked like abyssal energy was flowing out of her, but then a split second later, it disappeared.
Chaska managed to rein it in.
Koichi did say that Chaska needs to let off steam now and then, or she'll end up losing herself. But this time she wrestled back control.
Just like Shuehi always hoped.
If only we were faster! Dealing with abyssal contamination is a piece of cake for you. We could have gotten to her earlier, then you could have treated her before it was too... Wait. What's happening to Chaska?
How unfair life can be. She's had the odds stacked against her from the very beginning, and each step forward has been an agonizing one. Maybe she would have been better off embracing her pain. But her journey goes on, and one question looms large in her mind. If she could
You know,
rise
Skirk's not
above
leading the Abyss, right? She's just within it, right?
over the dark clouds of her mind, what then would she find? Maybe the glorious light of the sun, or maybe a dark, empty void. There is only one way to find out.
Yeah, the one leading the Abyss is the prince or princess. It's your sibling. Skirk has just been involved and within the Abyss for hundreds of years. You're from 500 years ago.
My life's suffering shall be my epitaph, to remember the pain I endured.
Oh god, that's even worse. Yeah, right?
And finally, transcended.
Let's take Koichi somewhere safer.
Oh, Jesus.
Please, take care of Koichi for me. I still have more important things to do.
Of course. We are grateful for her service.
Yes. She served selflessly. I'm sorry, Chaska.
It's all right. I'm far from the only one going through this right now. Koichi wanted to be a hero. And in my heart, she always will be. If we want to honor what she stood for, not to mention her sacrifice... Archon, we need to hurry.
Time for this war to end.
Jesus. The gathering of heroes, but we're still missing one.
Everyone, are you ready?
Oh, never mind. I'm guessing Janssen is just going to represent it. I didn't think Janssen was one of them. They even said they were still missing one. So I'm guessing Janssen's just filling in the void until they can get a proper one.
A bitter war lies ahead. Our victory begins in each of your minds. So ignite the spirit of victory for me.
Yeah, I like the little sister dynamic those two had.
May no further lives be lost, and no one else may to suffer the loss of their loved ones.
As long as blood still runs through your veins, even the tiniest spark of steel against stone can ignite a flame. Its blaze will become one with the gaze of all Natlan. Even amid everlasting darkness, our bonds remain eternal.
Stone engraved in echoing peaks. Converge, disperse, in ashes be reborn. For flames born anew, and the blazing dawn.
A hero scaled the volcano to seize the sun. Anointed with flames, she shone with the light of 1,000 stars. Now, guide me in my first step.
So I'm guessing Janssen just kind of got accepted some other time.
Having foretold his own death, the omniscient man holds a feast in celebration. Let us raise our cups in honor of his heroism, and send him off with this final tribute. For at last, his wish is now fulfilled.
Once again, it really sticks out Aurora's a 4-star unit when everyone else here is a 5-star. I said we don't know Janssen, but I'm willing to take a guess she will be 5-star. Fucking right. By past fuel and present flame, life marches ever on. We will answer to the fire of all our deeds.
My life's suffering shall be my epitaph. To remember the pain I endured, and finally, transcend it.
Or was I misunderstanding this whole time? I thought Chaska was already accepted. Was she not? And that scene when her sister died was when she was finally actually accepted? Because I thought Janssen was the one that we just got. Maybe, like, I've miscounted, and I just never realized Janssen was actually the extra one. It would make more sense if Chaska was the final hero. I might have just completely misunderstood that bit from... Oh, well.
Heroes of the ages, our moment has finally
Which
come.
means if that is the case, then I inadvertently called she'd be the last hero by accident, by assuming she already was. Alright, let's see how this ends. This isn't even the end for the record. Come on, there's still another chapter. It's just not going to be in this patch. This isn't the finale of Natlan.
Baptized by the Turnfire.
Oh shit, there's voice acting. They must have recorded this in advance.
Knowing true power.
And accepting a fate of devotion.
We embrace the transcendent flame.
For Natlan!
For Natlan!
In the name of the Pyro Archon Halloran, I declare the Night Wars underway! The Ode of Resurrection will guard all life till the war is over!
Okay, that was sick.
That is an outright scary level of power.
So, from now on, all warriors will be able to resurrect themselves using the sacred flame.
That's right. No more casualties.
It's time to wipe the enemy off the face of the earth.
And to reclaim our lost territory.
This is for all those who gave their lives for Natlan. Everyone, let's go.
We'll come with you.
Paimon, Traveler. I'm so grateful you got to us when you did. You gave Koichi the chance to say those words to me before the end. If I'd lost control out there in the wild, this counterattack might never have been possible.
Probably best not to think about that. More importantly, how are you feeling now? Any better?
Not really. But now's not the time to deal with it. In the spirit of VUCA, I have to rise above it. The conflict and suffering in me are there to test my character. My struggle will make me stronger. And make me the person Koichi believed I can be.
I have faith in you.
Alright, let's go show the Abyss what human beings are made of. They'll be sorry they messed with Natlan after we're through with them.
Bismarck's much army. I was never going to read that in time, Kanish. Come on. But make the pushback.
Whoa, what the? Aerial support from Awika? Look how powerful she is now. It's borderline unfair.
Oh yeah, she is raining missiles, like fire missiles down. That's funny.
There is no escape.
Damn!
Laid bare. Witness my rise. Illusion shattered. Crush. Flood of frost. Use my power to destroy the Abyss tumors.
Got it. Thanks for the back.
I didn't need it. Didn't need it. I fucking dropped the Eula nuke and it broke it immediately. I love this music.
Oh, did you guys see that huge fireball? It exploded right above my head.
Sorry, Mualani. I'll adjust my aim.
No, you're good, Archon. It didn't hurt at all. Plus, it was freaking cool.
Not great for your eyesight, though.
Oh yeah, fair point.
I'm glad that during all of this, they can still banter. Miserable dregs of the Abyss, kneel before the mighty Dragon Lord.
Way too high. Is it possible to mute him?
Oh, the game. Oh, they're way ahead of you, Paimon. Done.
Backup has arrived. All right, give him hell. Vengeance for Koichi.
The enemy ranks are thinning. Time to double down. Use the Pyro Archon's power and show no mercy.
This is cool. If it wasn't for the fact we already know that this won't be the final chapter, I would have been convinced this was, you know? This is like the last hurrah push against the Abyss. What do you mean there's another chapter after this? Where the fuck are we going from here after this? You know?
Kachina, over here! I'll send you up, it'll be quicker!
Whee! It's just like riding a spirit way. No, it's my turn. Go Turtle Twirly.
Okay, everyone's safe. Granny, please go on ahead with the
Oh, where's Seat Lolly?
I just need some more time, I promise. I won't hold things up.
Oh, Roron! Leave the vegetables and aphids behind, you dimwit! It's too dangerous!
That sacred flame has got me pretty fired up. I'm ready to butcher a whole army of monsters.
Holy shit, the casualties, though. Wait, how did the deaths go down? Oh, no, right. Right. The Odor Resurrection is in full effect, so everyone that's dying's getting resurrected. This music!
The Children of Echo's territory is secure. All monsters down.
I'll go ahead and do the Abyss Tumor.
All good here at the People of the Springs, too. We crushed it! Masters of the Night Wind are also safe. Should I go support the Flower Feather clan?
Things are still pretty rough over there. I'm already en route.
No need. I just dealt with it.
Already? But you were just at the stadium!
Yeah, well, you have no idea how long I've been itching to bash some heads in.
Oh! Fair enough.
Yeah, she's got a lot of vengeance to enact.
Ian-san, what should we do about the Collective of Plenty? Your home's a long ways away from the stadium. Oh, no need to worry. I just heard from Verisa. She says they're safe now.
Sounds like all the regions are secured. The abyssal forces are weakening.
Yeah! Their only game plan was to outnumber us, and that ain't gonna work now that we have the Ode of Resurrection on our side!
Hold up, the Abyss is sending a sizable unit towards the stadium. I guess they realize the Ode of Resurrection is a game changer, so now they're going to try and destroy the Sacred Flame.
We ain't gonna let them get away with that! Friends, let's gather at the stadium!
More Abyss tumors have descended, all near the stadium. Let's split up and take them out! We need someone to guard the main entrance.
Allow me.
Right. This is the final battle!
There is no escape!
Hold the gate, repel the final attack.
This is where you fall.
Illusion shatter!
Crush! Freeze to the core! I condemn you! More speed!
Witness my rise! Overrule!
Busted. Quietly now.
Oh, you need to get the fuck out of here, Abyss Mage. Not putting up with your bullshit. There's a water one over there as well, just to be extra fucking rude.
Laid bare.
Shine down!
My god, how long is this gonna go on? There's a fucking war.
Game's up. Gotcha.
Overruled.
Hey, you know, like, on, like, Wednesday, when I was like, oh, depending on how long part 3 takes, I might, try and do both main quests in one stream. I'm glad I decided not to do that, because that would, I think, that would have been like a 9-hour stream if I'd done that.
Everyone, we are gathered here to celebrate a glorious victory. It is a victory forged by each and every one of us, and we should all be proud of what we have accomplished. We emerge victorious from another crisis to declare, our beloved Natlan is saved!
Woo! All right!
I must caution that this war is not yet over. We have not destroyed our enemy, merely driven them further into the depths of the Night Kingdom.
And also, you kind of blew a hole into the sky that looked like it like cut into like a black void space, which is kind of funny considering we were talking earlier about the sky being fake. She might have literally torn a hole through the sky a little there.
But the Abyss
We'll have to see if you can actually see it once we finish, like once we're done. Like if you can see it in the sky, because that'd be sick if you can.
It will be a long time before they are able to pose a threat to us again. After making some preparations, I will launch my final counterattack. I shall strike them.
Oh, is that where 5.3 will be?
Oh, man.
Wait, Archon, are you saying you're going alone?
Yes. The abyssal energy there is too strong. Contact with it would be instantly lethal to anyone else. I'm sure you're all still fired up, and you must be eager to take the fight home to the enemy. But I must ask you to temper your ambitions. I will return victorious, for all of us.
It's kind of a shame that we can't join him with a final showdown.
Please, look at the bigger picture. Thanks to every one of you, we have already secured an enormous victory. Tonight, we should celebrate to our heart's content.
I guess if our lives are no longer at risk, things can basically go back to normal, right?
That's good enough for me. Beats having monsters everywhere.
Meanwhile, Capitano's just in the back.
When the time comes, I will gather everyone here again. Now, let us also remember those who gave their lives fighting for our nation. Once the last dregs of the Abyss are wiped out, I intend to give them the grand funeral they deserve. An ancient name could never record the many who we lost. But no hero of Natlan should be forgotten.
If I may, let's have a moment of silence for the fallen.
Lastly, there is one more person I must thank for his extraordinary support in our time of need, and that is the Captain.
Speaking in a personal capacity, I should like to offer my sincere congratulations on your victory.
Well, everyone, please enjoy the victory feast. I hope it's a chance to relax your minds and rekindle your spirits, so that we may face what lies ahead with renewed vigor.
Ooh, talk to Kanish and Janssen, talk to Sheila Lynn, Mualani and Kachina, and talk to Auroran and the Cap. That was wild. All of that. That was wild. That was sick. Before dawn breaks, only by joining together can we fight the light, and the victors shall burn bright. At long last, once more, victory heralded Natlan's path.
I must congratulate you on your efforts during this war. I'm told you have proven yourself to be an outstanding adventurer and warrior. You remind me of the Prince. The similarities in your approach are striking, especially when you told me you wanted to win. I hope you will see him soon.
Oh! Thanks, dude!
Hey, Auroran! How are the Masters of the Night Wind doing?
Granny Sealolly's been there the whole time, and she's a tough one. I think we should be fine.
Oh, I was kind of hoping we'd get to see her one more time before this wraps.
Up to do, though. That's a job for the young folks. I should probably head back so I can pitch in.
Do you need support from the Fatui?
Probably not. There are a lot of older folks in our tribe, and I suspect they would find your comrade's presence a little distressing.
Right, because often they look like a bunch of intimidating thugs.
Paimon.
Well, also in my tribe, excessive use of elemental energy is bad for your eyesight.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm still somewhat in disbelief that a united people prevailed against the
He was still hesitant, like, he's still a little surprised it fucking worked. Like, he was adamant his plan was the better plan.
Do I sense some regret in your words?
A degree of regret is inevitable. But above all, I feel profound admiration.
You did a great job, Kachina. Oh, you're much more confident now. Seems like winning the pilgrimage gave you a real boost.
Nah, I just figured I could do my part, you know?
I spoke to your mom and dad. They were singing your praises. They said the world's your oyster now. How are things at the People of the Springs base? There are some casualties, but the overall mood is very positive. I reckon they'll start rebuilding pretty soon.
Same situation for the Children of Echoes.
Still, it's so sad that some people couldn't be saved by the Yoda resurrection. I think I want to hold a candlelight vigil for them when I get home.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do it together.
Let's hope that their sacrifice marks the beginning of a new age for Natlan. An age of unprecedented peace.
Something I want to check as well. Has this updated much at all? Ooh, no, it hasn't. Okay, I wonder how that will go then. Unless it will be after we do this, it will finally recognize, like, once we could talk to Moika. Knight, you're one lucky devil. I don't know how the heck you're still alive. I'm in a zero-tolerance mood right now, so stop being so flippant.
Unless you want to get punched in the face. What is it with you, Ahau? Why are you so incapable of being nice?
Oh, this is rich. One measly victory, and it's all gone to your head. Huh. You'd all be mincemeat by now, not for the heroic deed of the almighty Dragon Lord Kuho Ahau. Alright, credit where credit's due. Here's a bunch of grapes for your trouble. Don't treat me like I'm your pet parrot. How are the Sions of the Canopy and the Collective of Plenty? the messengers are the worst affected. I expect there'll be delays in all deliveries in Natlan for some time. Although fortunately, a lot of people have said they're willing to help out part-time. That should alleviate the situation.
The Collective of Plenty was the furthest from the Abyss's entry point, so they didn't have as many monsters to deal with. From what I hear, they got off relatively unscathed. But it might have been a different story if Chaska hadn't gotten there when she did.
That's good to hear. All's well that ends well.
Well, what do you know? These are pretty tasty. Oh, servant, one more bunch of grapes post-haste. Okay, Polly.
Everyone else is enjoying the celebration, but a house still being as aggravating as ever. Does he have a chip on his shoulder? What's it about?
In fairness, repeating a few set phrases ad nauseum is all parrots know how to do. I am not a parrot, I am the almighty Dragon Lord. What was your extra line before I go?
Oh, wow, if you're making candles, I have some materials you can use. They're in the warehouse. Should have plenty to spare.
Okay, I guess I'll tread carefully on the way then, or...
Yeah, good point. I'll go instead.
Moeka, here we are, meeting at the end of an update at the bar.
You seem a little out of sorts. Are you just tired, or...?
I guess I am. You know, when I was up there in the sky, I could see all of Natlan stretching out below me. People everywhere, giving everything they had for a chance at victory.
Yeah, when you was up there going full Super Saiyan.
If only I'd been quicker. Maybe they wouldn't have... And Koichi. Maybe she'd still... I'm sorry. Now is not the time for that. Fruit juice, right?
Make it a large?
At least it's over now, that's something.
True. My 500-year plan has almost come to fruition. Just one last step to go, namely my final battle against the Abyss. But battle is second nature to me, so I'm not feeling a huge amount of pressure.
It was so awesome. The way you exploded that thing in the sky with one almighty punch. Are you always gonna have that kind of power from now on?
Oh, that was the Divine Throne unleashing my full potential. And it was only temporary. I can't wield that power for any length of time. My body wouldn't be able to handle it. Likewise, the amplified power of the Ode of Resurrection was also temporary. From now on, it's back to ancient name-bearers only.
I'm guessing the Night Warden wars are over for the foreseeable future.
Correct. We dealt the Abyss a critical blow. So for the time being, it's too weak to sustain regular invasions. I hope the people will be able to enjoy this period of peace. Or rather, assuming all goes to plan, eternal peace. We've had centuries of war with the Abyss, and it's high time we brought that chapter to a close. Anyway, there's something I've been wondering about. I know you've been at the center of some major events in other nations too, and fought many powerful foes. In this war, you were in the thick of it once again, dashing around tirelessly, supporting the fighting on all fronts. So tell me, what drives you to do this as a mere traveler passing through? Why risk life and limb for a cause that's not your own?
Ooh. So I can look back on my journey with a clear conscience. I can't just turn a blind eye to injustice.
You know, it's that mindset that distinguishes the heroes in every story. They're the natural protagonists. What I'm really trying to say is, I would love for you, with your extraordinary talent.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely how this is gonna go.
This final step.
It's gonna be me and her versus the absolute hell of the Abyss.
Ever-looming threat of the Abyss. But
in their home turf.
I also don't want to take advantage of your good nature and readiness to help others. The final battle will be very dangerous, and you have the rest of your journey to consider. I'm sure you must be weary. Sleep well tonight. Let's talk again tomorrow in the speaker's chamber. I'll give you more details on the final battle, and then I hope to hear your verdict. My mind is still flooded with scenes from the war. I can't get the images out of my head. Maybe I need another drink.
Oh, it's mostly covered. Also, when we next go outside properly, I'm going to see if we can spot that crack that she made. Go to the speaker's chamber to look for Moika. I'm guessing everyone's gone now. You know, like, the captain's still here, like, give me another drink. Actually, before we do that, let's go outside. I do want to see if we can spot that crack. If it's visible. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell from here. Let's go there. I think not. It was from, like, up here, right? If I go near there and have a look. Ah, no, it was just a cutscene thing. I was like, it'd be cool if you could, like, find it in the world, but... Nah, that makes sense. Alright, let's go back. Hey, Silali!
Hey, traveler, Paimon. There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hey, Sweet Lolly! What's up?
Listen up. I have something really important to tell you.
What? Are you serious?
Oh, yeah, right. Lali is actually finally sharing with us what her and Sheila learned. So Moika still has to die?
Natlan must pay the price for Mawika's use of the Ruler of Death's power. That price is death. And only Mawika's death can clear the debt. I had thought that the Ruler of Death might have a change of heart after seeing the people of Natlan come together and fight so bravely. But even now that the war's over and the threat to Natlan is gone, it looks like that death is still set in stone. I had to know your thoughts. I want to save her, but I can't do it alone.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, good. That makes me feel a little better. Thank you for standing up for us. There's clearly something special about you, so if anyone has a chance of defying the rules, that would be you. Oh, and please don't breathe a word of this to Mawika. I'm sure she's well aware of the cost of using the Divine Throne's power. But if she finds out that anyone else knows, it could ruin our chances to help.
Got it. Mum's the word.
Alright, that was the last major item on my to-do list. Now, since I've come all this way, I think it's finally time for a well-earned drink.
Go easy though, yeah?
Don't worry, I said a drink. That means just one.
Here we go find it later on. A drink? How big was the glass?
All right, you little munchkin. If you keep pestering me, I'm gonna have to get serious. I get 100 kids a day telling me they want to be the next Pyro Archon. Why should I train you? Nagging isn't gonna accomplish anything. No one can predict the future, and unless you have some exceptional jaw-dropping talent I'm unaware of...
I can shoot those cornflakes in your kitchen from right here.
Don't be ridiculous. You couldn't make that shot from all the way over here? Wait, hold on. You could hurt someone with that. Well, I'll be. You made the shot. The science of the canopy raised him tough. That's some real skill you got there, little lady. Maybe you really will be Pyro Archon one day.
Oh, the fuel named Fate. Yeah, we started this in 5.0. It's so like her inner journey that she's going through to reach the top.
See this? I'm the first one of us to get an ancient name. And it's not just any ancient name, but Mollypo. If you ask me nicely,
there's still time to join my team for the pilgrimage, you know. No need to scowl. You lost and I won, it's no big deal. You want me to be happy for you when your turn comes, right? So cheer up.
I'll get my own ancient name soon enough. And it'll be an even better one than yours.
Oh, really? Well, good luck with that. What ancient name could beat Mollypo in our tribe? Unless... surely you don't mean Kiangozi?
Also, like, we're kind of, hey, we can't do anything because, you know, we can't reveal her skills, but hey, we're kind of actually playing as Moika for a second here. Like, you know, 3 months before she'll actually be playable.
That was fantastic. Can't believe I beat you in a wrestling match for once. Can't be more than a few days now until you're officially made the Pyro Archon. Imagine me trying to schedule a wrestling session with you after that. Excuse me, Pyro Archon, but would you be able to take a day off from running the nation to wrestle with me? I heard that the Pyro Archon inherits the knowledge stored in the sacred flame. And apparently it can change your personality. I can't help but feel a little worried.
Worried that you won't be able to beat me in a wrestling match anymore?
Why would I be worried about that? Never mind. Clearly I'm just overthinking things. Why would you forget about me just because of some new job? Even if that job happens to be Archon. Come on, one more round.
After the darkness will come the dawn.
No one fights alone.
For Natlan!
Also, the leitmotif of Natlan is playing in the background, but on a piano instead.
Look at the sky! It's getting brighter at last!
We walk the righteous path, and the Pyro Archon will guide us.
The victors shall burn bright, while the losers must turn to ash. I have done what is required of me. The rules are now written into the Night Kingdom, and this will help you to stand against the Abyss.
It is still not enough. All this can do is give my people courage. It will not see us through a true catastrophe. If you are to make the Natlanese alone bear the consequences of a broken world, you will have to bring more to the bargaining table.
You are the greediest human I have ever met, and the fiercest negotiator. No other would seriously ask to borrow my power. My domain is death, and its power comes at a great price. The question is, are you prepared to pay?
I need that power. Only a hero can
all right,
truly wield
Virgil.
it, and heroes are not afraid of dying.
No, a fear of death is ingrained in all living things. If the wielder of this power cannot conquer their fear, countless innocent lives will be claimed in their stead. For only then can the price be paid. Those are the rules.
Mine is a nation that will not yield to the Abyss, and it will certainly not yield to your rules. As their culture and civilization is transmitted through the generations and their faith grows, the people will go from strength to strength, and reach heights that even I cannot dream of.
Very well. I shall agree to help you. But I am merely a shade, and I do not have as much freedom to do as I please as you might think.
Then what do you propose?
Keep this a secret. If I am questioned about it, I will deny all involvement and claim that treacherous Xbalanque stole my power.
That will not be a problem. Thank you. I am glad we could reach an agreement.
Come in. As you know, I've asked you to come here to discuss the task of wiping out the Abyss. Oh, but first, any progress on the ancient name?
I received a gift from the Lord of the Night.
I'm surprised she was willing to help you. And by extension, me. I'm very grateful to her.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't the whole point of the ancient names for winning that huge battle? Why would the Traveler still need one by this point?
Because she wants me to join her in the final battle.
That's right. The Abyss has retreated to the depths of the Night Kingdom, a place that has long since been corrupted by abyssal energy. If we don't finish them off and restore the ley lines, the threat they pose to Natlan will remain. The battle we fought yesterday, we may one day have to fight again. This is the fate Natlan has always been resigned to. For thousands of years, we have struggled on the brink of a looming darkness and never known true peace. But this time, I want to break the cycle and free us from this fate for good. With the sacred flame, I can protect myself from the abyssal corruption, but beyond that, you are the only other person who can resist it. If your ancient name can't be forged, I will go alone. But if it can, I'd really love your help.
Is the Oda Resurrection working again?
Not completely. After all, the Night Kingdom is still plagued by abyssal corruption. But when I used the power of the Divine Throne, it dispelled a lot of that corruption. Plus, your ancient name is a special case, so the Lord of the Night will take special care of you. In short, the Oda Resurrection still has a number of limitations, but I can promise that it will work reliably on you.
Good, then I will join you in battle.
Whoa. Are we forgetting something here? What about Paimon? What's her place in all this?
You will stay behind.
What? You mean we'll be separated?
The Abyss is extremely devious. If you two go there together, you can bet they'll make Paimon their primary target just to put us in an impossible position.
Paimon wasn't that worried, but now she's petrified. What will you do without me?
I'll be a complete mess, I'm sure. Only for a short time.
Okay, well, Paimon needs to think about this because you're really asking a lot of her, but give Paimon some time and she'll do her best to rise to the challenge.
I greatly appreciate it. Everyone in Natlan knows how important this final battle is. You will be remembered and revered long into the future, until the end of time. If you have any other questions, please ask away. As I've said, if you have any other questions, please ask away.
Ooh, the second question. No, we'll go from the top and work our way down. About the aftermath of the war.
The work of rebuilding is underway, and people are flocking to join the effort. With everyone rallying together, I'm sure it won't be long before there's no trace left of the damage done by this war. The healing process, on the other hand, that's a bigger obstacle to overcome. Many are grieving, and there's simply no replacing the ones we lost. As the sun rises once more and we rediscover the ability to believe in the future, we must never forget their sacrifice. As I've said, if you have any other questions, please
This is the one I care the most about as a lorehead. About the false sky and the strange fragments.
False sky. I have heard this expression before, but I think this was the first proof of its existence. I think there's a lot of investigating to be done to understand what the fragments behind the sky are and why they were hidden in the first place. However, from what the Adventurers Guild tells me, Neither the split sky phenomenon nor the fragments have ever been observed in any other nation. My guess is that the Heavenly Principles wants them kept a secret. I just hope they don't cause me any trouble over it.
Oh, you should be fine. We did something much crazier back in Fontaine and we're still here.
Well, that's good to know. Anyway, the line I'm going with for the masses is astronomical anomaly. And I don't expect much of a backlash.
Yeah, you can't start telling people the sky's fake. But it's clear that she's now aware, if she wasn't already. But astronomical anomaly is enough of a thing to like, hey, there's some abyss bullshit, don't worry about it.
Meanwhile, we can look into it at our own pace. As I've said, if you have any other questions, please ask away.
About the 6 heroes of old.
That wasn't their souls we saw, but a snapshot of them in time. All the work of the ancient name engravers 500 years ago, who made some special modifications to their names. Their souls returned to the Night Kingdom long ago, and will have been reborn in Natland since, albeit in a different form. For all we know, they may have already lived many new lives by now, and so, even though we will never meet again, they will always be by our side in one way or another. I think that gives another layer of meaning to the phrase "no one fights alone." As I've said, if you have any other questions, please ask away.
About our boy, the captain.
We have a temporary alliance, but I can tell that saving Natlan is not his only goal.
Yeah, Paimon still doesn't get why saving Natlan would be so important to him in the first place. Unless he's just a good guy who wants to avoid another Conria. But somehow Paimon doubts it's that simple.
I wouldn't worry too much. Based on all the interactions we've had with him and knowing more about his background, I have a lot of respect for him. I don't think he has any ill intentions. Now, we should focus on the final battle. As I've said, if you have any other questions, please ask away.
The Outlander with deep ties to this land returns. And this time, he is alone.
The power that the Pyro Archon used to strike back at the Abyss came from the Ruler of Death. From what I know of her rules, she will demand death in return.
How do you know this? I see. So, the Ruler of Death sent you on your long journey.
Natland still has a final battle to fight, and I too have a final foe to face. For the sake of those countless lost souls, and a hope for Natland's future, I need your help.
Damn. Cornerstone of Stars and Flames. We picked up one of them before. In fact, actually, we picked up a number of them. Where is it? There. Heroes ignite the sacred flame, illuminating the world, yet eventually they shall rest, nestled among the stars. They left behind a stone, a weaving. With these foundations, we've erected an everlasting civilization. Whoops. That was genuinely phenomenal. Like, I'm still kind of, like, processing it. That's why I would kind of stop talking there for a second. That was genuinely really, really fucking good. The record penned by all. May the Wayab grant you peace, and may songs be sung of your life's journey. What follows a list of names of the deceased, dense as a forest, written of those who mourn them. You see a familiar name on it. Watya, Vicha, Butts, Telia, Chehushi, Hansa. We give thanks for the gift of your life and ours, and we look forward to meeting you again one day in the world of wonder and beauty. It's a shame, we now have to fucking wait. Because 5.2... Oh, we can go do that. I think I will stream again tomorrow just to do that. Because that one would be more cozy. So we can actually end on like a more comfortable note. But I am going to wrap up the stream here in a second. 5.2 is expanding the map. And adding 2 more tribes. Because right now only 3 of the 6 available to us. Children of the Echoes, Scions of the Canopy, and People of the Springs. So we will finally get that map expansion that we didn't get in this patch. But the actual story's conclusion is not until 5.3. At least that's how we've been led to believe so far. Obviously things could change because we're only working off what we learned from leaks and rumors. But that is what seems to be the big picture about this. So our final battle, where it's just going to be no Paimon, just Lumine and Muika, diving into the cut. Oh, never mind. You can see the cut in the sky. Whoa. Okay. That's what Muika caused. This in the fucking night sky. Holy shit. Whoa. This is beautiful. Hang on. I need to get to a better vantage point. That's the tear in the sky Muika made. Damn. But yeah, the next actual, like, seeing the story's conclusion of us and Muika going into the final fight against the Abyss, and like I said, presumably having whatever that thing in the Abyssal Eye, or like the Doom, whatever they called it, is. That will be in 5.3, which means, unfortunately, that is 12 weeks away. I know that time will fly by, and before we know it, we'll be in the thick of it, like, enjoying the chaos and whatnot. But that is still a while away, you know? That's still some fucking time away. But all in all, yeah, hot damn, that was amazing. The rainbow destined to burn. Obviously, like, whether I think it's, like, my favorite one or yada yada of the events, I will save until it's finished, just like I did with Fontaine. And just like I did with Sumeru. I always save my final thoughts for the region when the story is complete. But it's getting up there. And I think that was necessary. Because it wasn't that I wasn't sold on it in, like, the first 2 acts. It was more that, like, it had yet to have its big moment to really get me. The closest we got was just, like, the Muika versus Captain fight. You know? And that was very much a condensed singular moment. Whilst this, the whole war kind of sold the entire story arc in of itself. And there was a few moments during it where I was like, are we gonna get out of this unscathed? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, is this actually gonna be okay? I mean, obviously we didn't, we had some casualties. But still. Or I say some, we had, I think it was 1,807 casualties I had in the end. I wonder if that number can change depending on your decisions, but it was still a hefty loss. Yeah, I think it was literally from the Surging Darkness all the way to the end of No One Fights Alone. This was all just the war. These whole 3 chunks. When, oh wait, the last chapter was only 3 chunks. That's how big it was. It was half of the fucking thing. But yeah, so far, so good. That one finally had its, like, real big, it sold me on it moment. So I'll deal with that exclamation point later. But now we just have to wait and see what comes next. But like I said, we're not entirely done. Tomorrow, taking it back a little bit and relaxing, chillaxing just a little bit. And, well, depending on how it is. I mean, compared to, like, the other ones we've done, it should be a bit easier. Oh, I gotta do that first. Okay, we'll do that, like, tomorrow. But, next time, we will start Sheila Len's, basically her character quest. Also, I saw that he had new things to say. Death and failure. He might not know this, but here, even warriors who fail have a chance to start over, as long as you've got an ancient name. Oh, right, never mind. I was going to say, I imagine, like, it's going to be a glimmer quieter in places because of casualties and whatnot. Oh yeah, this feels slightly bleaker than it was. I was like, man, this doesn't feel like as bright and beautiful and like full of life as it was. I know it's because of the time of day as well, but yeah, you can feel that 1,800 people lost across the region. You know, you can feel that loss of people. It suddenly feels just that little bit quieter. But yeah, I am going to wrap it here now. I've waffled on long enough. We will meet again tomorrow. I'll sort that later. To wrap this up. And then it means that we can go into... Because like I said, I will try and take Sunday off. I say try because it also depends on my mood, but I know I need to actually take some proper time off eventually because I've been kind of on it constantly the past week or so. Next time... Oh, her elder died. That's a shame. But yeah, there's still some stuff to do. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it here. As always, thank you all so much for watching. It was another 4.5 hour stream. Oh, jeez. Genshin always seems to get the longer ones out of me. Even though it's nowhere near as long as some of the ones we've previously had before. I don't think anything will beat the fucking 8 hours I've done a couple times. I think we did 8 hours on one of the Sumeru streams. And I know we did... I think it was just short of 8 hours in 2.8. But we've had some long streams. I know my longest is still Elden Ring. Like, I had that 8 hour and 20 minute long stream. That was fucking vicious, but that was... I was really wanting to make a dent on that game because I knew it would take me forever otherwise. You know, back when I had more spare time. But I digress. As always, thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps this channel grow. Additionally, you can find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every single video. And if not, feel like maybe supporting in other ways... We also have super chats and membership. But regardless, it's always appreciated to have you around. I will see you guys in the next one. You guys take care now.